واحنا ماشيين السلام الملكي.
أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، مشاهدينا من خلف الشاشات ومن على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب في هذا اليوم الذي يجمعنا تحت مظلة التعاون والتطوير. يجمعنا ويشرفنا أن نحييكم من القلب تحية خالصة، فأهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بكم في مؤتمر الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك لعام 2024 الذي يحظى برعاية كريمة من معالي وزير المالية الأستاذ محمد بن عبد الله الجدعان، وتنظمه هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك في المملكة العربية السعودية تحت شعار نرسم المستقبل لاقتصاد مستدام وأمن معزز. ويطيب لي فاطمة فهد أن أكون معكم في تقديم هذا الحدث المميز.
في تحقيق الاستدامة وتعزيز الأمن، فأهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بالجميع اليوم، ومعا دائما نمضي نحو رسم مستقبل أكثر إشراقا وازدهارا.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Riyadh and welcome to this unique and important and amazing conference. I'm Fatma Fahad and this is my colleague Naif Al-Ahmari, and we are pleased to be here hosting the conference. I would like to point out to you that we do have translation devices for your convenience, so if you'd like to go ahead and use it, they are available for you.
في هذا اليوم الاستثنائي يسعدنا أن نرحب بنخبة من القادة والخبراء المحليين والدوليين الذين يجتمعون اليوم في هذه القاعة حيث يشهد هذا المؤتمر أكثر من 10 جلسات حوارية وفريدا مميزا أيضا في هذه المسألة. أثر التقنيات الحديثة في رفع كفاءة العمليات وتعزيز الفعالية بما يسهم في تحقيق الاستدامة، بالإضافة أيضا إلى تعزيز الأمن. كما نناقش أيضا في إدارة الزكاة وفي تحصيل الضرائب وتنظيم الأنشطة الجمركية، حيث التقنية والأمن يعملان سويا ومعا لتحقيق
حضورنا الكريم، انضموا لي ورحبوا معي بمعالي الأستاذ محمد بن عبد الله الجدعان وزير المالية السعودي ورئيس مجلس إدارة هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك لإلقاء كلمته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله.
سألقي الكلمة باللغة العربية، لذلك استخدموا أجهزة الترجمة الفورية.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning to you all, and peace be upon you all. يطيب لي أصالة عن نفسي ونيابة عن زملائي من هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك في المملكة العربية السعودية أن نرحب هذه المستهدفات بما في ذلك التحول الرقمي الذي قطعت فيه شوطا كبيرا ليكون أحد أهم الممكنات في تسهيل الأعمال، حيث حققت الهيئة وبفضل من الله نسبة 99.35% في مؤشر الأمم المتحدة للحكومة الرقمية، وذلك بفضل تطوير خدماتها الرقمية. حضور الكريم، إن هيئاتكم ومؤسساتكم المعنية بالضرائب والجمارك
تلعب دورا أساسيا ومهما في تسهيل التجارة البينية، لبناء نظام مالي متين يدعم التنمية المستدامة ويحقق الازدهار بإذن الله. من المأمول أن يساهم هذا المؤتمر في تعزيز العمل الدولي المشترك للتعامل مع التحديات الضريبية والجمركية سعيا لدعم النمو الاقتصادي، وأن نتبادل الخبرات التي تثري تجربتنا وتساعد الجميع على تحقيق التعافي الاقتصادي والنمو بإذن الله. كما نعتبر هذا المؤتمر عنصرا أصيلا في تعزيز تكامل الاقتصاد بمعطيات جديدة وأفكار
creative ideas which contribute to enhancing the Zakat work and customers organization to enhance transparency and to raise the level of compliance to systems. I would like to thank the heads of delegations and the organizers of this conference, and my thanks go to the experts, the audience, and the speakers and the panelists, praying to God, the Almighty, the best of gods, and peace be upon you all.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا بكم في النسخة الثالثة من مؤتمر الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك
Zakat Conference 2024,
الذي يقام تحت
which
شعار
is
درس
held under
المستقبل
shaping the tomorrow for a sustainable future, and I would like to meet on over the next 2 days with the stellar experts from different parts of the world will share ideas and exchange, and for concerted efforts regionally, internationally, to build advanced customs and the taxation system will enhance the global growth and economy. In this conference, a number of topics will be highlighted, which will be shed light on through our activities, including the Zakat as being the key pillars for building our societies, and the taxation policies and the custom policies will have special implications, which the key important one, achieving the first place among 2060 government agencies in Digital Transformation Index for 2023, we reaching the maturity and the creativity by 98% with the full compliance with the digital transformation and e-government, and the authority has achieved 90% for the global index for the UN index for e-government by meeting 34 requirements. The authority has enhanced its leadership in digital transformation, different activities, including the huge advancement for the third phase of e-voicing for assessment and integration. The number of e-voices which shared with the authority right now, more than 5 billion e-invoices. In addition to the achievements, we have get the certificates of institutional and organizational excellence 5 stars, which is considered the key benchmark for evaluating institutional excellence. The authority is the first entity at the national level to achieve this kind of remarkable accomplishment, and we have leverage and harness the advanced practices which urge use the best technologies to raise the level of compliance. For instance, working on to benefit from the applications of the behavioral science to study to analyze the pattern of the customers and taxpayers to enhance their compliance, and we have launched more than 70 behavioral analysis which enhance in raising increasing the level of the compliance in taxation and for the awareness, we have raised the level of compliance by issued more than 70 guidelines covering different aspects related to systems and rules and regulations. And to enhance the system of our services, customer service, the authority has leveraged the international best practices, WCO, by using AI and modern technologies and benefit from to develop the customs services, including the employer by using RMA, which has contributed to enhance more than 72 customers service to reduce time and efforts by security risks and for the flow of legitimate trade, as a result of which the sea and the land customs has managed in its procedures. We managed to seize illicit trades and customs and merchandise in coordination with the stakeholders. In the context of our effort to enhance the human capability, we invest in human capital, which is considered the instrumental one to achieve vision and strategic goals. In this regard, our academy, being international and global center to provide capacity building programs, the number of training hours since the inception until up to date, more than 160,000 hours. And it's not only this for the providing training, but we provide training for the external stakeholders, and this is our leading role to enhance human capability, and we have provided more than 4,000 training hours. Our vision for the future requires from us to work together in the spirit of cooperation and innovation. And this conference, through the panel discussions and exhibition and workshops, can help to achieve this kind of goal, and it will showcase innovation and products, and this is a unique opportunity to build a strategic partnership. In conclusion, I would like to express my deep thanks and appreciation to His Excellency Minister of Finance, the Chairman of Zakat Board, Mr. Mohammed bin Abdullah Al Jadaan, and the board members, and for you for being with us. And I would like to express my deep thanks for those for the organizers of this event, praying to God to achieve the desired goals and this conference to be a next step to build a sustainable economic future and enhance security. And thank you all.
شكرا لك معالي المهندس هيلر محمد أباني محافظ هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك على هذه الكلمة الرفيعة. جهود راسخة بنيت على رؤية طموحة وإنجازات مشرفة. أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، نشهد معكم الآن ومع بدء أعمال المؤتمر توقيع 3 اتفاقيات، وذلك من أجل التواصل ومد جسور التعاون وبناء الشراكات الاستراتيجية وحث الدولية، وذلك لدعم عجلة التنمية واستدامة الاقتصاد وسعة الزيادة.
الاتفاقية الأولى اتفاقية بين حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية ويمثلها وزير المالية السعودي ورئيس مجلس إدارة هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك معالي الأستاذ محمد بن عبد الله الجدعان، وحكومة جمهورية كرواتيا يمثلها نائب رئيس وزراء جمهورية كرواتيا ووزير المالية السيد ماركو بريموراك. تهدف اتفاقيات تجنب الازدواج الضريبي لتشجيع التجارة والاستثمار بين المملكة العربية السعودية وكرواتيا، لتشجيع التجارة والاستثمار بين البلدين من خلال إزالة العوائق الضريبية وتوفير يقين ضريبي
and to provide
للمستثمرين. كما
taxation
تهدف أيضا
certainty
هذه
for the
الاتفاقية
investment, and this
لإزالة
agreement
الازدواج
aims
الضريبي،
to remove
حيث يخضع
dual
نفس الدخل للضريبة
double
مرة
taxation.
واحدة فقط.
The same income is taxable for only 4 months.
شكرا أصحاب المعالي.
الاتفاقية بين حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية ويمثلها وزير المالية السعودي ورئيس مجلس إدارة هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك معالي الأستاذ محمد بن عبد الله الجدعان، وبين حكومة جمهورية كوسوفو ويمثلها معالي وزير المالية والعمل والتحويلات لكوسوفو هيكوران موراتي، فليتفضل مشكورا. هذه الاتفاقية تهدف إلى تسهيل التجارة من خلال تنسيق الإجراءات الجمركية، وبالتالي تعزيز حجم التبادل التجاري بين البلدين. كما تهدف الاتفاقية إلى تبادل الخبرات وأفضل الممارسات بين الدولتين لتعزيز قدراتهما في تبني التقنيات الجمركية الحديثة
بين البلدين من خلال إزالة العوائق الضريبية وتوفير يقين ضريبي للمستثمرين. كما تهدف أيضا لإزالة الازدواج الضريبي، حيث يخضع نفس الدخل للضريبة مرة واحدة فقط. شكرا أصحاب المعالي. تمثل هذه الاتفاقيات طموحات ترسمها الأطراف من أجل تحقيق مستقبل اقتصادي مستدام إلى جانب أمن معزز. نشكر معاليكم على تشريفكم لنا.
السادة الحضور، في ظل التحديات الاقتصادية العالمية نبحث في أولى الجلسات الحوارية لمؤتمر الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك مسارات التعافي واستراتيجيات النمو برؤية الخبراء، ونتعرف معكم على كل ما يخص هذا الموضوع تحت عنوان تعافي الاقتصاد والنمو في ظل التحديات العالمية. يدير هذه الجلسة الأستاذ عبد الله السعيدان بمشاركة كوكبة من القيادات الاقتصادية المرموقة. فليتفضل معالي الأستاذ محمد بن عبد الله الجدعان وزير المالية ورئيس مجلس إدارة هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك في المملكة العربية السعودية للانضمام لنا مجددا على المسرح. معالي الشيخ سلمان بن خليفة وزير المالية والاقتصاد الوطني في مملكة البحرين، ومعالي الأستاذ ساري بولياني وزير المالية في جمهورية إندونيسيا، ومعالي الأستاذ بانكاج شوهاري وزير الدولة لشؤون المالية في جمهورية الهند. فليتفضل أصحاب المعالي المشكورين لإجراء هذه الجلسة بحضورهم المميز ورؤاهم الرائدة.
سمو أول معالي، السلام صباح الخير ومرحبا بكم في الجلسة الحوارية الأولى في مؤتمر الزكاة والضريبة والدخل 2024. موضوع الجلسة اليوم هو واحد من أهم الموضوعات التي تخص جميع البلدان في الوقت ذاته، خاصة في هذا الوقت في انخفاض الاقتصاد، وأيضا بالنسبة للتعافي الاقتصاد بعد الجائحة والتوترات السياسية، بالإضافة أيضا إلى بعض النزاعات في حول العالم والتي تعتبر سببا لمشاركة الخبرات والأفكار والنقاشات لما نجح ولما لم يحالفه النجاح. لذلك سأركز على حواري وموضوع الجلسة اليوم. هنا سوف نتحدث عن تحسين نظام الضريبي لتعزيز
and how can we use technology to improve citizen experience, but also transparency and fraud detection in tax systems. The topic itself is multilateral, So I'll be amiss to not talk about international organizations and how can they help bring us all together. Your Excellencies, welcome again, and thank you for joining me on stage. Your Excellency, Mohammed Jad'an, I'll start with you. I'll continue on this thread of international organizations. These entities are at the center of a lot of global discussions, but how do you see the role that they could play in creating a kind of a global governance framework, if you will, that ensures that economic growth not only happens, but is also fair within countries, but also across pockets or regions around the world?
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for being here. Thank you again. Actually, this is a very critical issue, and potentially it increases in its importance considering the multiple challenges that the world faces. I mean, let us see what happened over the last 4 or 5 years and how the world responded to these challenges. We were only able to deal with COVID when we came together as a global community and used international multilateral organizations to actually hammer issue like COVID-19. And similarly, supply chain disruptions and the fact that a lot of organizations, including WTO, IMF, World Bank, and others, including the G20, came together to deal with and bring about a coordinated response to these challenges. This increases and is likely to increase with time. In the context of what we are talking about, I think if you look at the digital economy today, the digital economy is starting to put a lot of pressure on a lot of countries who are actually losing revenues because their citizens and businesses are actually transacting through the digital economy with entities that does not exist in their own jurisdiction, and therefore they lose a lot of revenue from that. What happened? The G20 and the OECD came together and started, although it took quite a long time, but finally they coordinated, negotiated an approach with Pillar 1, Pillar 2, the new international tax system that has taken input also from not only the members of these organizations, but also the wider United Nations members. And we have seen the results. You cannot do this alone, and you need really to continue using these organizations. I think another angle of this, if you want, and I'll stop, is there are certain benefits for multilateral institutions that you cannot find elsewhere. They are neutral, they are able to communicate with leaders, they are able to communicate with the private sector, the NGOs, other stakeholders, a lot better than individual governments. So I think that will need to be capitalized on. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Sheikh Salman, maybe I'll follow up on this question on international organization, but with a two-pronged question. One is the role in terms of facilitating dialogue on fiscal policy specifically, and what is your view on initiatives that could improve the global tax, the efficiency of the global tax system that you would like to see in this dialogue that the international organizations facilitate?
Thank you very much, Abdullah. And first of all, it's a pleasure to be here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and at this wonderfully organized conference. And I'd like to thank His Excellency Minister Al-Jad'an and the authority for hosting us here today. On the question that you mentioned, and as His Excellency mentioned earlier, if we were to look at the framework and institutional framework, the multilateral institutional framework that the world depends on, this year marked the 80th anniversary of the Bretton Woods institutions. And when those institutions were set up, many of the challenges and opportunities that are being discussed today weren't even in anybody's imagination. So digital commerce, cross-border trade are new things and are vastly different in terms of the challenge set that they bring with them than what was faced when the institutions were set up. So to have an effective dialogue, it is extremely important that the institutions not only reflect the current realities in terms of global trade, but also are well suited to anticipate the future challenges that need to be dealt with. Just as an example, the flows of global trade and global economy are changing in a big way. The contribution of the rest of the world is significantly larger. If we were to go back 20 years ago, OECD countries represented more than 80% of global GDP. And today, those same OECD countries represent just above 60%. So we're seeing that the rest of the world is becoming a larger player in terms of economic activity and a significantly larger player in terms of global trade. And then with the digital opportunities that are presenting themselves today, and with the advent of AI, we will see even further digitalization of trade, and we need to make sure that they are there. How can these institutions facilitate discussions? They can facilitate them in two ways: setting global standards, like we've seen with the minimum global corporate tax, setting global best practice, building on years of experience so that countries are not starting from scratch, and also ensuring that we are focused on creating positive economic incentives and not creating arbitrages within the system. Okay. Arbitrages within the system do not lead to enhanced economic activity, but proper incentive structures within a global framework do.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I think I'll pick different pieces from what Your Excellency Jad'an, Your Excellency Sheikh Salman mentioned, and come to you, Your Excellency Sri Mulyani. I want to go into the taxation of digital economy. We mentioned AI, we mentioned the importance of making sure the balance of where the tax revenue goes. What policies do you think should continue to happen or be introduced in terms of making sure the taxing of the digital economy is both fair to the companies that are producing it, but also inclusive to economies that are still developing and want to benefit from the efficiencies and revenues the digital economy would bring?
Thank you very much, and also thank you for inviting me for this very, very important and timely discussion about the taxation. I think the world, in this case, is going to transform into a more digitalized economy. And there is inherent within that transformation the dependency as well as then the potential of tax that can and should be collected in a fair manner between the host country as well as the home country. Some of the digital technology is actually sources from a more advanced country. So in terms of the dealing between the tax right between the home and host country, this is one of the issues which is being discussed in the G20 as well as OECD inclusive framework on the digital taxation and digital tax right between the home and host country. We are all understand that the tax right in this case in the past has been more on where the host of the company is going to pay their tax, the obligation to pay tax. But at the same time, on the digital technology with the economy, you are going to face the economic relevance and presence of this digital technology. For example, like if you are talking about any of the social media in which also at the same time become the retailer arm's length. The economic activity on a host country vis-a-vis the location of this company in the home country, they have a struggle regarding what is the fair tax. And this is one of the most important of the discussion within the OECD inclusive framework as well as the G20 on the two-pillar approach, especially related to the digital taxation. So for Indonesia, we are a big country with 1.5 trillion US dollar size of the economy. We also have a big geography and big population. Digital technology has become one of the important nature of the transformation of the economy. So potentially the economy is going to be continue growing. But in terms of the potential ability to collect tax, we still need to discuss and even negotiate in this case. So I'm actually really happy to be here to see how Saudi in this case also transforming a lot. We can learn each other quite a lot in terms of this experience. In Indonesia, first on a policy, on a taxation policy, in order for us to continue developing digital transformation and digital economy, we provide a lot of incentive. Tax allowance, tax holiday, or even super deduction for research and innovation in order for us to be able to continue attracting both talents as well as capital so that they are going to reside in Indonesia and become the taxpayer in Indonesia. It is always a tension between providing incentive, which including in this case corporate income tax allowance for them or holiday, but at the same time also potential of the multiplier effect on the economy. The second one is actually how you are going to negotiate between the economic presence in which they are very, very real in Indonesia vis-a-vis the cost as well as the tax right from the home country. The host country have actually generating revenue, but the home country in this case is actually getting the bigger right to pay tax, to collect tax. And this creates quite a real tension for an economy like in Indonesia. So we do hope in this case the two-pillar approach, especially on the second one with the digital taxation, is going to be agreed globally, because when you talk about digital technology, there is a jurisdiction is becoming blurred. Yeah. And that's become a challenge. The third one, Indonesia has already introduced VAT on our digital transaction, as well as on the crypto in this case, because we see that the volume of this activity is becoming so big, and also the attractiveness of this investment and activity to many of the, including the younger generation, who even have a small saving, but they want to participate in many of the digital transaction as well as crypto. So these are become a challenge for us because this is totally different from the old traditional tax that we need to discuss. Finally, I also, following the speech before, I think in terms of the tax administration and system in Indonesia, we also have to transform. Digitalizing our own system is very important. We are dealing in Indonesia with more than 270 billion transactions, which cannot be actually administered using the manual approach or traditional approach. So transforming into a more digitalized system, just like what Saudi is now of tax and Indonesia. And the last thing is, of course, on custom, because we are dealing with the more borderless, in this case, merchandise. These are also need to be reformed into more relying on a digital technology. So these are all the area building block that we think need to be built by any country that is going to go digitalized. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Very interesting what you mentioned on the talent front, more of a long-term play effectively of developing the technology or the digital solutions locally to capture the revenue. Your Excellency, Pankaj Chaudhry, maybe I'll go into the point around optimization and how do you deal with the challenge of optimizing tax systems while still not blocking or slowing down economic growth, especially around system improvements as Her Excellency mentioned.
Thank you very much. प्रभावी टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन आर्थिक प्रशासन के लिए एक मौलिक आवश्यकता है और एक अच्छी तरह से डिज़ाइन की गई कर व्यवस्था है, न केवल सार्वजनिक कल्याण और बुनियादी ढांचों के लिए आवश्यक संसाधन प्रदान करती है, बल्कि एक न्याय संगत और व्यापार अनुकूल वातावरण भी बनाती है। इससे निवेश, नवाचार और वेल्थ क्रिएशन को बढ़ावा मिलता है। इस संतुलन को प्राप्त करने के लिए रणनीतिक सुधारों की आवश्यकता होती है, जो अनुपालन को सरल बनाते हैं, प्रतिस्पर्धा बढ़ाने के लिए दरों में कम करते हैं और प्राथमिकता क्षेत्रों में विकास को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए टारगेट इंसेंटिव को लागू करते हैं। साथ ही सामाजिक विश्वास, न्याय संगत बोझ, साझाकरण और नैतिक शासन सिद्धांतों का पालन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में निष्पक्षता और समावेशी भी आवश्यकता होती है। भारत के टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन नीतियां संतुलित दृष्टिकोण के उदाहरण हैं। इस नीति का उद्देश्य आर्थिक विकास और निष्पक्षता को बढ़ावा देते हुए राजस्व संग्रह को बढ़ाना है। सरकार ने न्यूनतम छूट और कटौती के साथ मध्यम कर दरों के सिद्धांत को अपनाया है। इससे टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पारदर्शी और आसान बनता है। उदाहरण के लिए डिविडेंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन टैक्स, डीडीटी की लायबिलिटी कंपनियां और व्यक्तिगत प्राप्तकर्ताओं स्थानांतरित करना प्रगतिशील टैक्सेशन के सिद्धांतों के अनुरूप है और अधिक न्याय संगत है और भारतीय इक्विटी बाजारों के आकर्षण को बढ़ाता है। विकासशील अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में टैक्स बेस को व्यापक बनाने की चुनौतियों को पहचानते हुए भारत ने टैक्स बेस का विस्तार करने और अनुपालन को सरल बनाने के लिए डिजिटलीकरण का लाभ उठाया है। ई फाइलिंग, प्री फिल्ड रिटर्न और जीएसटी, पैन और आधार जैसे डेटाबेस के इंटीग्रेशन ने कवरेज को बढ़ाया है और लेन देन की ट्रैकिंग के आसान बनाया है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, एआई और बिग डाटा एनालिसिस को अपनाने से रिस्क प्रोफाइलिंग और टैक्सेशन प्रबंध में सुधार हुआ है। छोटे व्यवसायों के लिए अनुमानित कराधान योजना प्रशासनिक बोझ को कम करते हैं। टैक्स कंप्लायंस को प्रोत्साहित करने के प्रयासों का उदाहरण है उच्च मूल्य के नगद लेन देन को प्रतिबंध करने, काला धन अधिनियम और बेनामी लेन देन निषेध अधिनियम बनाने जैसे प्रवर्तन तंत्र कर चोरी को रोकने और कर प्रणाली की विश्वसनीयता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए भारत की प्रतिबद्धता को रेखांकित करता है। भारत ने अंतर्राष्ट्रीय टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की चुनौतियों जैसे कि बेस इरोजन और प्रॉफिट शिफ्टिंग से निपटने के लिए एक सक्रिय दृष्टिकोण भी अपनाया है। दुरुपयोग विरोधी नियम, ओईसीडी की बीईपीएस एक्शन प्लान जैसे वैश्विक ढांचे के साथ अलाइनमेंट और सीमा पार सूचना एक्सचेंज तंत्र में वृद्धि निष्पक्षता को बढ़ावा दिया है और मल्टीनेशनल कंपनियों की प्रॉफिट शिफ्टिंग को कम किया है। टैक्स पॉलिसी, इन्वेस्टमेंट और इनोवेशन को प्रोत्साहित करने महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। भारत ने स्टार्टअप, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, अनुसंधान और विकास तथा तकनीकी और ग्रीन ऊर्जा को बढ़ावा देने वाले क्षेत्र के लिए रियायती कर व्यवस्था शुरू की है। सॉवरेन वेल्थ फंड्स और पेंशन फंड्स के लिए आय में छूट देने वाली कुछ विशिष्ट व्यवस्थाओं का उद्देश्य बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में लॉन्ग टर्म निवेश का आकर्षित करना बढ़ावा मिले। प्रोग्रेसिव टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन उच्च आय वाले करती है। कम दरों और छूटों के माध्यम से छोटे व्यवसायों और व्यक्तियों को राहत प्रदान किया जाता है। एक मिल किया जाता है। अगर देखें डिजिटल टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स आधुनिक शासन में टेक्नोलॉजी की ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिंग पावर को उजागर करते हुए करदाता केंद्रित नीतियों के साथ उन्नत तकनीकी समाधान को जोड़कर हम एक मजबूत भविष्य के लिए कर ढांचे का निर्माण करते हैं।
With another trade-off that I think a lot of policymakers like yourself need to think through, which is raising tax revenues to support government budgets, lessen independence on resources and whatnot, but also economic growth and the interest of companies to invest, international investors to come, especially with the backdrop of a lot of global alignment as well. How do you deal with this trade-off? Easy question.
This is actually very critical point. But I'll try to actually answer this in a structured way. Number one is a lot of governments, we are not talking about Saudi here. So generally, a lot of governments, most governments in the world depends on tax for their government expenditure. Only few governments like Saudi Arabia and few other countries who has an endowment that in our case, oil and gas, in other countries, possibly mining and few others, in addition to tax. But generally, before you think about increasing tax, you will need to think about a few things first. Okay? One is, what is the most optimal tax rate for your economy? So you don't actually jeopardize the economy and cause private investments to disappear or relocate, or leave too much at the table. So that's one. But then that alone should not be really the trigger of increasing tax. You need to think, too, what should I do actually to widen my economic base? So what we have done in Saudi Arabia, we said clearly for the last few years, is that we are not going to increase the burden, the total burden. Our total burden roughly is about 18% of the non-oil GDP. And we said we are unlikely in the foreseeable future to increase that burden. What we need to do is increase the economy. So we are investing heavily to actually grow the economy.
Absolutely.
And if you grow the economy, then your revenues increase. Number two, before you increase tax, you will need to think, am I implementing the tax properly? Is there easier ways for compliance? Can I make compliance easier? Should I do more to hammer tax evasion and make sure that there are no loopholes in the system that people are not complying? And third, which is actually the most important part of this, is am I doing enough to ensure that there is a level playing field? Because if you are not implementing your tax regime properly, then you could be allowing bad actors to not pay their tax, and therefore they will have a competitive advantage over those who are complying. So you need to make sure that actually you have a level playing field, that you are hammering on those who are really manipulating the system. And the fourth, I'll stop there possibly, the fourth is self-look. Why do you need tax? You need tax to actually provide services and invest in infrastructure. I think you will need to think through very carefully as a government, am I efficient enough? Because this is money that I'm taking from the economy that could have been reinvested. So I need to make sure that when I spend also, that I'm spending efficiently. And there are focused even spending on what really matters, spending on key services, education, healthcare, and even optimizing that spend, but also spending on what could fuel even more growth. I mean, we have done a lot on our side, for example, in actually fueling the growth of new promising sectors. Tourism is one example, but there are few others, industrial sector, that is actually fueling more growth. So even though we have increased our tax, but the fact that you are spending it on sectors that matter, it created more jobs, it created more business opportunities. I'll stop there.
So not only the tax system, but how we use the tax revenues.
Absolutely.
Your Excellency, Sheikh Salman, you mentioned incentives in answering the previous question, and I would love to hear your thoughts on how can we use these tax incentives to actually go where we want them to go, promising sectors, helping economies move to more knowledge-based. Maybe a specific example is research and development in companies. So how do you view nudging these incentives to actually get the right actions that policymakers want?
Thank you, Abdullah. And one of the important aspects as we are seeing the makeup of the economies adjusting in our part of the world and the Gulf, and as economies are diversifying. We look at the example in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Over the last 20 years, we've had a very successful economic diversification program. Today, the GDP is mainly non-oil. Over 85% of the sectors in the economy are non-oil sectors. The financial services sector is the largest sector in the economy. Logistics, tourism, manufacturing are all growing as part of the GDP in terms of their components of GDP. And it's extremely important that when you are focused on growing non-oil sectors, as we're seeing being done very successfully here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is that you ensure that the fiscal position becomes aligned with and positively correlated to growth in the non-oil sector. Okay. And you do that by having the right makeup of positively correlated revenue items that are positively correlated. And that, getting that right first, ensures that there is a very strong alignment, and the government actually becomes a partner in the economic growth and is positively incentivized to drive further economic growth. And as His Excellency, His Excellency Minister Al-Jad'an said, provide the infrastructure and provide the services for that. So then coming to incentives. We can incentivize based on sector. We can incentivize based on type of spend, like R&D. And it's also extremely important in our part of the world where we have very young populations that we are incentivizing also in terms of employment. And one of the important aspects of incentives that we need to focus on as well is how we incentivize employing, training, upskilling as part of that. R&D is absolutely important. Sector-focused incentives are important. Problem is, let's not focus too much on sector-specific incentives because we can't centrally plan it. One of the things that really works in economic planning is to ensure that you get out of the way of the private sector. And the less you, but you can incentivize behavior in terms of R&D expenditure, upskilling, training, employment, and then get out of the way and let the private sector decide which sectors to focus on.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Ms. Sri Mulyani, I'll come back to, you mentioned in one of your 5 areas, digital technologies and systems in improving efficiency and customer or citizen experiences. Would love to hear a bit more specific examples of what you have seen work in Indonesia, and maybe over time, what didn't work as much as you expected and you had to improve and iterate on.
Well, thank you so much. I fully agree with what Minister Al-Jad'an mentioned about this trade-off of the policy or the choice of policy between boosting growth and also collection of tax. I think that's very important, all very important. The second one, on our own experience, there are 2 very important programs that currently we are continue building. First, transforming the digital taxation and system within the Ministry of Finance or DJ Tax in Indonesia. We built the core tax system. This, as I mentioned earlier, that we are dealing with more than 320 billion transactions, and then the document that need to be processed almost every day is 700 million. Number of taxpayer, individual taxpayer has been increased dramatically from below 30 million into 72 million in Indonesia. And also the type of transaction which is related to the cross-border because of digital economy has been growing very rapidly in Indonesia. That's created quite a lot of complexity. So we built this, and it's not an easy one. You're asking about what is the challenge. Even in this case, procurement of what software and system, business model that need to be revised and redesigned with this kind of digital technology, it takes a while for us. This is not just installing a system and then immediately can just work. We have to change the whole business process within the Ministry of Finance and interoperability, because this is not like standalone system. We have to retrain our own officers, which is in Indonesia, 42,000 of the tax officer in Indonesia that need to be retrained to familiarize with that. We also have to explain to the customer, that is the taxpayer, what is the benefit of this new system and how to make them easier to comply with the tax regulation, because that's very important. If they think that this system is becoming even more complicated, it will fail. So we have to assure that with this new system, which is actually is going to go on live beginning January 2025, they should immediately feel that this system will simplify the process of complying with the tax regulation, from the registration, calculation of their tax obligation, payment of the tax, including in this case, if there is a dispute, it will be credible in terms of how we are going to handle the dispute. There is also a system for us to be able to have 360 degree of the whole data that allow the taxpayer to also check as well as the tax officer. So the dispute hopefully will be less, interpretation of regulation is going to be less, it's less subjectivity, more objectivity in terms of dealing with the tax. I think this is going to be a huge change. It is not just installing a system and then it will transforming by itself, but the mindset of the taxpayer as well as the tax officer, the way they interact and how we use the data in order for them to be able to get the right interaction and comply with the least effort. In this case, is very important. The same thing for the custom also. The custom has been linked to the tax system in Indonesia in order for them not repeatedly have to enter the same information. So that's become more integrated within the whole tax system. I think these are all, the spirit is simplifying, clarity, and also less burden for the taxpayer, but also certainty in terms of how much the state or the country can collect the tax.
Thank you, Excellency. And it's interesting to see 2 points of the citizen feeling value add. First, when they see a simpler process, but over time, and as a community, when they see less and less disputes and more objective dispute management, where they see additional value as well.
Because in Indonesia, in this case, our taxpayer mostly is a younger generation. They are very savvy in the social media. If they complain with even one of our tax officer, it goes viral, million viewer, and that's make us really a big headache. So for us, this kind of interaction between the taxpayer who now they can express their perception, their expression of dissatisfaction is going to be one of the big challenges for us.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Pankaj Chaudhary, maybe in the spirit of sharing experiences, and you did touch a little bit on digital solutions in India, what experiences as well that you applied in your jurisdiction, what worked, what needed a couple more revisions until you got it to a place where you're comfortable?
थैंक यू। आज के डिजिटल युग में टेक्नोलॉजी अब एक महज सुविधा नहीं है, बल्कि आगे बढ़ करके कुशल सार्वजनिक सेवा वितरण का आधार बन गई है। डिजिटल परिवर्तन के आधार के राष्ट्र को एक राष्ट्र एक कर एक बाजार के एकीकृत दृष्टिकोण के तहत ला दिया है, जिससे देश में एक निर्बाध और सुसंगत कर संरचना का निर्माण हुआ। भारत के डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के रूप में जीएसटी टैक्सपेयर नेटवर्क जीएसटीएन एक मजबूत और विश्वसनीय प्रणाली के रूप में उभरा है। जीएसटीएन टैक्सपेयर और टैक्स मैन दोनों के लिए उपयोगी साबित हुआ है। जीएसटीएन रियल टाइम एनालिसिस और फ्रॉड का पता लगाने और सिस्टम का लाभ उठाते हुए संपूर्ण डिजिटल कंप्लायंस को सक्षम बनाता है। ई इंक्वायरिंग, ऑटो पॉपुलेटेड रिटर्न और त्रैमासिक रिटर्न एवं मासिक भुगतान QRMP योजना जैसे कंप्लायंस कास्ट और प्रशासनिक बोझ को काफ़ी कम कर दिया है, जिससे विशेष रूप से छोटे उद्यमों को लाभ हुआ है। आधार आधारित जीएसटी पंजीकरण ने देश भर में व्यवसायों के लिए ऑन बोर्डिंग प्रक्रिया को आसान और सुरक्षित बना दिया है। जीएसटी और जीएसटीएन ने डायरेक्ट टैक्स सिस्टम को के साथ अधिक प्रभावी ढंग से जुड़ने में मदद मिली है। प्रत्यक्ष करों के प्रति भारत का दृष्टिकोण सरलता, पारदर्शिता और बेहतर उपभोक्ता अनुभव के साथ करदाताओं को सशक्त बनाने को प्राथमिकता देता है। इंटीग्रेटिव ई फाइलिंग पोर्टल सिंगल विंडो प्लेटफॉर्म के रूप में कार्य करता है, जो टैक्स पेयर को इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न दाखिल करने, वेरीफाई करने, और प्रोसेस करने में सक्षम बनाता है। एनुअल इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम जैसे प्लेटफॉर्म करदाताओं को व्यापक फाइनेंशियल ओवरव्यू प्रदान करने, प्री फील्ड रिटर्न भरने और वॉलंटरी कंप्लायंस को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एआई और डेटा एनालिसिस का उपयोग करते हैं। सेंट्रलाइज्ड टीडीएस प्रोसेसिंग सेंटर सटीक और टाइमली प्रोसेसिंग सुनिश्चित करता है, जिससे मिसमैच में कमी आती है और कंप्लायंस बढ़ता है। ट्रांसपेरेंट टैक्सेशन के रूप में फेसलेस असेसमेंट और अपील ने व्यक्तिगत संपर्क को समाप्त कर दिया है, जिससे अधिक निष्पक्षता, जवाबदेही और दक्षता सुनिश्चित हुई है। एआई इनबिल्ट रिकवरी प्रोसेस भुगतान प्रवृत्ति के आधार पर एरिया डिमांड को प्राथमिकता देती है, जिससे टारगेट कम्युनिकेशन के माध्यम से समय पर समाधान संभव हो पाता है। टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में भारत का डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के दूरगामी प्रभाव है। सरलीकृत और सुव्यवस्थित कर प्रणालियों ने व्यापार करने में आसानी के मामले में भारत की वैश्विक रैंकिंग में उल्लेखनीय सुधार हुआ है। पिछले अगर एक दशक में डायरेक्ट टैक्स कलेक्शन में देखें तो 182% की वृद्धि हुई है। कारपोरेट टैक्स दुगना हो गया है और व्यक्तिगत आयकर 4 गुना। जीएसटी ने टैक्स बेस को दुगना कर दिया है, जिससे टैक्स के रेवेन्यू में वृद्धि और आर्थिक स्थिरता में योगदान मिला है। डिजिटल टैक्स रिफॉर्म आधुनिक शासन में टेक्नोलॉजी और ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव पावर को उजागर करते हैं। करदाता केंद्रित नीतियों के साथ उन्नत तकनीकी समाधानों को जोड़कर हम एक मजबूत भविष्य के लिए कर ढांचे का निर्माण करते हुए वर्तमान चुनौतियों से प्रभावी ढंग से निपटते रहे हैं। प्रौद्योगिकी संचालित शासन में अपनाने से राष्ट्र अपनी आर्थिक क्षमता को प्रकट करने और वैश्विक स्तर पर सतत विकास को बढ़ावा देने में सक्षम बनते हैं।
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think it's interesting that you also highlighted the benefit of transparency and dispute resolution, where citizens and companies feel much more comfortable with the tax systems given technology. Your Excellency, a lot of very valuable insights. If you allow me to try and summarize a couple of the key points, it's clear that international organization played a role in a number of alignment on tax policies, but clearly there is more to do, especially as digital economies continue to be a big part of our world and our daily lives. There is also an element of tax systems are inherently complex with a lot of trade-offs, but before raising tax burdens, there is a lot of optimization to be made in terms of collection, in terms of fraud detection, in terms of also non-compliance. And maybe lastly, digital solutions are not only great efficiency engines for the tax authorities or responsible entities, but they have also significant and multi-layered benefits to the citizen, from simplification, from easier dispute resolution, and maybe lastly, supporting the governments in making sure that burden is not raised unless really, really needed. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you very much for your insight, and thank you for being a great audience. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا، ونقدر لأصحاب المعالي إثراء هذه الجلسة الأولى بمعلوماتهم القيمة. الشكر موصول أيضا لمدير هذه الجلسة الأستاذ عبد الله السعيدان. أيها الحفل الكريم، يتفضل الآن معالي الدكتور رميح نائب وزير النقل والخدمات اللوجستية والرئيس المكلف للهيئة العامة للنقل بإلقاء كلمته بعنوان ضمان الازدهار عبر تحقيق نمو اقتصادي ولوجستي مستدام. فليتفضل معاليه مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God,
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
peace
أسعد
be
الله
upon you.
صباحكم جميعا
Good morning,
بكل
everyone.
خير. I will speak in Arabic, so please use your headsets. بداية
At the beginning,
أود أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل
I would love to thank
لمعالي محافظ هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك
the Minister
على
of
دعوته لي
Taxes and
للتحدث
Customs for
معكم
inviting
هذا
me to talk to
الصباح،
you this morning.
وأشكر كل
And I would
القائمين على
love
إعداد
to thank everyone
هذا
who
المؤتمر
helped to
الرائع.
make this happen at this conference.
واسمحوا لي
Allow me
أن أخذكم برحلة
to take you in a
لوجستية.
journey, a logistic journey.
القطاع اللوجستي
The logistic
يتكون
sector
من سلسلة حلقات.
contain chain, or
حلقة النقل
what I call circles.
أيا كان هذا
Transportation,
النقل، نقل بري،
no
بحري،
matter what,
جوي،
air,
سككي.
cargo.
هذه الحلقات تجتمع في حلقة
All
رئيسية
these circles
وهي
combined
معنية بهذا
in one
المؤتمر،
circle,
وهي
which is
حلقة
the thing that this
الجمارك
conference is here for, which is the customs,
تجارة عبر الحدود.
and
ثم
international trading.
تتوزع مرة أخرى إلى حلقات نقل
And then it will be
تنتهي
divided into many circles.
بتخزين
For example,
وفي النهاية
storage, and at the end,
توزيع للمستهلك النهائي.
distribution for
فإذا
consumers.
ما هي
So,
أهم حلقة من
what is
حلقات
the most
القطاع
important
اللوجستي؟
circle in the
إنها
logistic
حلقة
sector?
الجمارك،
It's the custom
فهي ميك
circle.
اور بريك القطاع اللوجستي. ولدينا أمثلة كثيرة.
We have many
يمكن
examples.
لو نظرنا لدولة سنغافورة
If we see Singapore
نجاحها في تسهيل
as an example,
التجارة
their success
في
in their
موانئها
easy,
الرئيسية
their easiness and
جعلها
their main
مزدهرة.
port,
وهناك أمثلة
which makes
كثيرة
it
فاشلة
successful
لن
and a
أذكر
good
أسماء
example.
بسبب
And there are many
التعقيدات
failed
والصعوبات
experience in many countries
التي
without these
تجارة
challenges
من خلالها.
and fixed it properly.
في رؤية 2030
In
لما
the vision
بدأت
of
الرؤية
2030, when we
كان
started,
هناك تصور واضح.
we have a clear imagination of
موقع
what will
المملكة
happen in
الجغرافي
the future.
المميز
The unique
يطل على
geographical
ترتب
place of
ثلاث
Saudi
قارات
Arabia
رئيسية.
that relate or
هناك
connect three main
خط رئيسي ملاحي
centuries, and
البحر
also
الأحمر
there is a main
التجارة العالمية. هناك
water track through
خليج
the
عربي
Red
مصدر
Sea, and
للطاقة.
also in the Arabian
فانبنت الرؤية
Gulf,
على هذا
which is a
الأساس
source
ووضع
of power and oil.
مستهدف أن تكون المملكة مركز
So Saudi Arabia
لوجستي
can
عالمي.
be a center of an international logistic
نزلنا تحت
center.
الرؤية، بنينا استراتيجية.
We started to build a
قطاع
strategies
النقل والخدمات اللوجستية
for the
قطاع منوع.
transportation
كل أنماط
and cargo
النقل
shipping,
في القطاع اللوجستي الذي أيضا يعني متشابك.
which is so
لذلك انبنت
complicated
استراتيجية
sometimes.
وطنية
That's
للنقل
why we
والخدمات اللوجستية
have built
لكونها
a national
مظلة
logistics as an umbrella
لكل
to
أنماط النقل
collect
والقطاع
all
اللوجستي.
these
وتحت هذه
sectors under
الاستراتيجية
one name.
وضعت أهداف
We have
واضحة وبنت
created
استراتيجيات
goals
واضحة لكل
that
قطاع.
we are willing
القطاع
to
الجوي،
reach,
القطاع البري، القطاع البحري، القطاع السككي،
shipping through
القطاع اللوجستي،
railways,
الطرق.
cargo
كل
shipping,
هذه
everything.
انبنت
All these
استراتيجية واضحة
were
ووضعت
built
مستهدفات
under one
واضحة.
clear strategy
كان من المهم لما
that
بدأت
was
الاستراتيجية أن
important
نتأكد من
to make sure
القطاع التشريعي التنظيمي وجود استقلالية
that
واضحة،
it
فصل
has
بين
to be,
المشغلين
it has to has their
والمشرعين.
own policies, their own
كذلك
operator and everything, and also
نتأكد من وجود
to make sure also
الشبكة المناسبة في كل أنماط النقل.
the networking system where we see all kind of transportation collected under one umbrella. We have built these strategies, then we have aimed for some goals that we have talked about at the
بدأنا
beginning.
بالتنفيذ
we started operating, these policies and strategies were submitted in the mid of 2021. And the question is what we have achieved since then. We have used an international measurement to evaluate everything. We did not only focus on international measurement and evaluation, but we have seen what happened in real life. For example, the IPI, which is the logistic performance measurement. Saudi Arabia rank was so low, and in the year of 2023, we have jumped 17 rank in the international ranking system. We are now on rate 38. We all felt this improvement. But what this measurement gives you is impressions, and these impressions will take you to imaginations what will happen in the future. But thanks God, we're doing well for now. Another thing that we see in air shipping, we jumped from 29 to 18, also safety measurement as well. World Health Economy will measure this for sure. We took a low rank in the World Health Organization. But now we have improved it to the rank of 18. And now we're on the rank 15. And what we are triggered is 7, the rank 7 in the World Health Organization. So if we talk about the circles of transportation, everyone can be involved, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Interior, everyone. And we are all working together to achieve our goals. Another question, these measurements, we see it as a positive side of your logistics, but what happened actually in real life? For example, air cargo.
طبعا تذكرون كوفيد الحمد لله تم التعافي من كوفيد وتجاوز الأرقام تجاوزت 2019 23 كان 111 مليون راكب في مطاراتنا ال 24 توقع نصل 130 مليون راكب وعدد الوجهات التي كانت ترتبط فيها مطاراتنا كانت 99 وجهة اليوم تعدت 150 وجهة هذا على أرض الواقع. الشحن الجوي خلينا نقول الشحن الجوي أيضا كان في ضعف في الشحن الجوي كان عدد كميات المنقولة السنة لا تتجاوز 700-800 ألف ال 24 من المتوقع أن يتجاوز 1,200,000 وماشي باتجاه المستهدفات. هناك توسع في المطارات مطارات للقطاع الخاص PPP مثل مطار أبها قادم أيضا مطارات القصيم حايل الطائف ففي توسع ونمو في المطارات تعلمون طيران الرياض تعلمون الفليت الضخم الذي تم توقيعه سواء لطيران الرياض سواء للسعودية سواء لناس يعني شبكة ضخمة من الطائرات ستصل للمملكة وستساعد بشكل كبير في تحقيق المستهدفات. خلونا ناخذ قطاع الموانئ.
Now let's talk about the seaports.
الموانئ طبعا تعلمون في صعوبات كثيرة تواجه هذا النمط من ظروف جيوسياسية ومع ذلك الحمد لله نما قطاع الموانئ بشكل كبير تم زيادة عدد الخطوط الملاحية أكثر من 75 خط ملاحي جديد في الفترة السابقة تطور كبير في الصادرات والواردات في الترانزيت. القطاع الموانئ يحتاج، أو خلينا نقول الترانزيت وخطوط الملاحة الرئيسية تحتاج إلى خدمات، تحتاج إلى بنكرنج، إلى فيولينج، إلى تموين وقود، تحتاج إلى صيانة. أعطيكم مثال، ينبع مثلا كان منطقة تزود في الوقود كان لا يتزود سنويا تقريبا 400-300 طن. اليوم أكثر من 1,200,000 طن، وماشيين في التوسع كذلك. بالإضافة إلى خدمات أخرى في القطاع البحري، هناك شركة فولك التي أنشأها صندوق الاستثمارات العامة تعمل فيدر في القطاع أيضا الموانئ. نأتي في القطاع اللوجستي، المناطق اللوجستية، واللي أقصد فيها المناطق اللوجستية مناطق التخزين، مناطق التوزيع، مناطق الحرة، الاقتصادية الحرة، المناطق الإيداع اللي ذكرها معالي المحافظ في كلمته الرئيسية، أيضا فيها توسع وزيادة. نستهدف 59 منطقة لوجستية، اليوم وصلنا إلى 23 قفزت من 6 مناطق في السابق. هذا في المناطق اللوجستية. نأتي في الطرق، الحمد لله المملكة ترتيبها الأول في ترابط الطرق بالعالم. هناك استمرار في ترابط جيد، مستوى صيانة، مستوى سلامة يمكن تحدث عنه. في القطاع السككي كذلك، يعني اللي منكم ركب قطار الحرمين يرى التطور الكبير في هذه الشبكة. العام الماضي كان 7 ملايين راكب استخدموا قطار الحرمين، هذه السنة يصلون ل10 ملايين راكب. نمو كبير في الركاب، في نمو كبير في نقل البضائع من الجاف للرياض، وكذلك نقل المواد الخام من المناجم في الشمال إلى رأس الخير. نأتي للقطاع البري. تشريعات كثيرة ساهمت في تطور هذا القطاع، في رفع مستوى السلامة، رفع مستوى الجودة، كل أنواع النقل للبضائع، نقل ثقيل، نقل خفيف، تجارة إلكترونية، نمو على كافة الأصعدة. نأتي للنقل العام للركاب. يمكن من الجميل أنه هذه الفترة هي فترة الاحتفال حقيقة بإطلاق وبدء تشغيل مترو الرياض، الذي نود أن نشكر القيادة بهذا المشروع النوعي، ونهنئ سكان الرياض وزوارها بهذا المشروع. السابق لم يكن لدينا نقل عام حقيقة، كان نقل عام في مدينتين فقط. اليوم في 14 مدينة فيها نقل عام، ونستهدف 25 مدينة. على مستوى المؤشرات الاقتصادية والتوظيف، كان عدد العاملين في قطاع النقل والخدمات اللوجستية 240,000، اليوم قفز إلى 468,000. وبالتالي النمو واضح في هذا القطاع، نمو في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي بنسبة أكثر من 13%. والقائمة صراحة تطول، أنا لا أرغب أن يعني أزيد من هذا، ولكن دعوني أسأل سؤال مرة أخرى: هل نجحنا؟ هل نجحنا؟ مؤشرات ذكرتها تشير إلى ذلك، ومؤشرات أخرى كثيرة فيها نمو واضح. وهناك أيضا شواهد، يعني اختبرنا هذه المنظومة اللوجستية خلال فترة كوفيد. الحمد لله صمدت ونجحت، ولم يكن هناك نقص في الإنتاج، ولم يكن هناك تحديات حقيقية. أيضا اختبرنا هذه السلسلة
this chain
في
as
الأزمة
well
الأوكرانية التي ما زالت
when the
مستمرة، ولكن
Ukraine
الحمد لله
crisis
أيضا
happened as well.
لم تتأثر المملكة كثيرا
That it did
من
not
هذه
has
الأزمة.
any
والاختبار
influence on it, and
الأخير
we did not impact
وهو
our
العسير
system and chains.
وإن شاء الله ينتهي قريبا
And
وهو
the
أزمة
last
البحر
one,
الأحمر،
which
وهو
is the Red Sea
اختبار
crisis,
متعب ومؤلم
which is a hard and challenging test
وأثر
for
حقيقة
us
المملكة في
that Saudi
الترانزيت
Arabia has a
في
problem with
البحر
it and
الأحمر،
have
ولكنه لم يؤثر
affected
لا على الصادرات
has
ولا
an
على
impact
الواردات
on
فيها نمو
our importing
مستمرين.
system.
وهذا يؤكد الريزيلينس، يؤكد الصمود
And that shows
لهذه
how
المنظومة. تم
resilient
استخدام
our system
الموانئ
can be in the future as
الشرطية
well.
ولم يشعر أحد بنقص في الإمدادات.
No one
فهل
has
نجحنا؟
felt the lack of
من هذا
supply
الجانب
chain. Did
أعتقد
we
نجحنا.
succeed? Yes, we did.
شواهد أخرى عندما
Many
تقوم شركة
evidence,
ميرسك وهي
for
من
example,
أكبر
the
shipping
Merck
lines
company, which is the biggest
تبني
shipping
أكبر
company in the world.
مجمع لوجستي لها في ميناء الملك
They are building
ميناء
the
جدة
largest
الإسلامي
cargo
بالعالم، أكبر مجمع لها بالعالم
storage
تبنيه في ميناء
compound
جدة الإسلامي.
here in Saudi Arabia, in Jeddah, in the Islamic seaport of Jeddah.
MSC كذلك
Also MSC,
shipping
for
line
example,
الضخم الثاني، استثمارات
which
في
has a big and
ميناء
large
الملك عبد الله،
shipping line. They
واستثمارات
are
في
they
ميناء
are
الملك عبد العزيز
putting
بالدمام.
so much
شاهد
investment here
بالأمس
in
كان في
Yanbu
توقيع
and
اتفاقية
Dammam as
مع
well. Last night
CMA
we had an agreement with CMC,
الفرنسية
the French company,
للاستثمار ونقل
in the investment and
الريجنال
transportation
business
of
لهم في
regional
المملكة.
business they
هذا
have
شاهد.
here in Saudi Arabia.
كذلك
This is also another evidence as well.
أنت عندما تبدأ شركات الشحن الجوية
So if you start in the
كارغو
air
لاكس،
cargo,
فيدكس وغيرها،
FedEx, UPS,
يكون
everything,
مطارات المملكة، يكون المملكة هب
Saudi
لهم.
Arabia
هذا
airport
شاهد على
will be
نجاح
also an
المنظومة
evidence of how
اللوجستية.
successful our
عندما
logistics
تقوم
can
أكبر
be.
شركة توصيل بالعالم
When the biggest delivery company, Itian in the
الصينية
world, the
اسمها
Chinese
التجاري
company,
هنا كيتا، تبدأ في المملكة
we call it
بعد
here
الصين،
Kita.
لم تخرج من الصين واختارت المملكة.
So when they came
هذا
out of
كذلك
China to
مؤشر
start
على
a new
نجاح
outer
هذه
business, they
المنظومة.
came here in Saudi Arabia.
كثير من
This
شركات النقل
shows
العالمية
how successful our logistics are.
إما تحالفت مع شركات محلية أو
Maybe
انتقلت
if they have an alliance,
بنفسها
a
لكي
cooperation
تكون
with local
الريجنال
companies and regional
هيد
companies
اوفيس
or
لها
not,
في
or they have a head
المملكة.
office
هذا
here in Saudi
نجاح
Arabia. This is also
لهذه
what I call an
المنظومة
evidence
بإذن الله.
of how successful we have became.
أنا تكلمت في البداية عن
At
السلسلة
the beginning, I talked
وتعمدت
about the chain,
أن
and
أترك
I meant to
the
leave
best for last. لماذا هذا تحقق؟
the best
لماذا
for
هذا
last.
تحقق؟
How did this
تحقق
happen? How we did
بسبب
achieve
الحلقة
these
الأهم
goals? We
التي تقودونها أنتم
became to the most
في منظومة
important
الجمارك،
circle
وهي
where you,
قفزات
gentlemen
حقيقة
and ladies,
تمت
have a control on it, which is
في
the
القطاع
customs
الجمركي.
and
كنا نتحدث عن أيام
taxation
في
of
التخليص
we've
البضائع.
talked for
الآن
many
أقل من
days
ساعتين.
about the goods that came
Digitization
from out
تحدث
of
عنه معالي
Saudi
الوزير
Arabia and the customs in
وأيضا
Saudi
معالي
Arabia,
المحافظ.
and also Your Excellency, Your Highness have talked about it in Zakat as well.
ديجيتال في كل شيء، هذا كله ساعد وساهم في
You
رفع
guys have a
كفاءة
big
العمل
transformation
في
in using
القطاع
technology
الجمركي،
in your systems,
وساعدنا
which helped us
بتحقيق ما
to
تم تحقيقه.
achieve what we have achieved for now.
أخيرا أقول هل وصلنا؟
Let me ask,
وصلنا؟
did we achieve our
طبعا
goals?
لا.
No, not
الرحلة
yet.
طويلة
We have a long journey to
والمستهدفات
go,
طموحة
and we have
والتحديات
more
كثيرة،
goals to achieve and
ولكن
more challenges
بوضوح
that we
الرؤية،
will face.
دعم
But
القيادة،
for now, we have a clear vision of what
إشراف
we need,
مباشر من
and
القيادة
also the
في
support of the
متابعة هذه
leadership here in Saudi
الاستراتيجية
Arabia and all
الرئيسية.
the sectors
سنحقق
cooperation together.
بإذن الله
And
جميع
together we will
مستهدفات
achieve
2030
all the goals that
ختاما.
we are
أشكر
aiming
لكم
for the
استماعكم
vision
وأكرر
of
شكري في الدعوة.
2030. Thank you
والسلام
for
عليكم
listening.
ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Be peace be upon you.
على هذه المعلومات الثرية والخبرات البناءة في ضمان الازدهار وتحقيق نمو اقتصادي ولوجستي مستدام. حضورنا الكريم، ندعوكم الآن لاستكشاف التقنيات والخبرات التي تجسد رؤية مبتكريها في معرضنا المصاحب، ونلتقي بكم هنا بعد 35 دقيقة لاستكمال أعمال المؤتمر. رحلة سعيدة في المعرض المصاحب، ونراكم هنا بعد قليل.
Welcome to our journey of innovation. Let's explore how technology is reshaping your future. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Together we are shaping a smarter future.
نجدد الترحيب بكم حضورنا الكريم بعد أن تعمقنا في تبادل الأفكار واستعراضنا التقنيات والحلول التي تسهم في بناء مستقبل اقتصادي مستدام وأمن معزز. ونستأنف الآن أعمال المؤتمر لنواصل رسم ملامح الغد.
أيها الحفل الكريم، بين الإطار التنظيمي والتقني لأنظمة الجمارك نسلط الضوء على أهمية تحديثها لمواجهة التحديات المستقبلية في الجلسة الحوارية الثانية تحت عنوان إصلاحات الجمارك والتجارة الدولية، تحديث التشريعات والاستفادة من الرقمنة لمواجهة التحديات المستقبلية. تديرها الزميلة سبا عودة، وندعو كل من معالي الشيخ أحمد بن حمد آل خليفة رئيس الجمارك في شؤون الجمارك بمملكة البحرين، الأستاذ بيت فلوريس نائب مفوض إدارة الجمارك وحماية الحدود الأمريكية بالولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، الأستاذة بينيتس باغوغ هيلي وزيرة دولة مفوض في هيئة الضرائب والجمارك الوطنية في جمهورية هنغاريا، الأستاذ جيرمس سيموس توماس المدير العام في المفوضية الأوروبية، والأستاذة هيلينا بورغيس المديرة العامة في مصلحة الضرائب والجمارك،
and also Mrs. Helena Borges, the General Manager of the Tax Authority in Portugal.
Bretton Woods, and he mentioned that this is the
تحدث ذكر أن هذه الذكرى 80 لهذه الاتفاقية ما بين الكثير من الشركات والمؤسسات، وما تخص الضرائب وما تخص عمولات الجمارك أيضا. فما هي الإصلاحات التي نراها الآن التي تواكب التحديات والصعوبات التي نواجهها في الوقت الراهن، وكيف لنا أن نقوم بالتحول الكامل فيما يخص هذا الموضوع، وأيضا من وجهة نظر جغرافية ووجهة نظر سياسية، أيضا استخدام التقنيات الحديثة جدا والتي يجب أن نكون وعينا فيها أيضا. فأنا سعيدة بهذه الكوكب التي لدي اليوم من البحرين، معالي الشيخ أحمد الخليفة رئيس الجمارك، ومن الولايات المتحدة لدينا فلوريس النائب المفوض لإدارة الجمارك وحماية الحدود، وأيضا الأستاذة هيلينا بورهيس من البرتغال المدير العام لمصلحة الضرائب والجمارك في البرتغال، وأيضا أستاذ فيرتس باغويلي وزير الدولة المفوض لهيئة الضرائب والجمارك الوطنية في هنغاريا، وأخيرا وليس آخرا الأستاذ هيراسيموس توماس المدير العام للمفوضية الأوروبية للضرائب والدخل. نرحب بكم جميعا مرة أخرى هنا لحضوركم هذا الصباح. سأبدأ معك الأستاذ توماس. هنالك في الجمارك دور مضاعف أو دور مزدوج فيما يخص التأكد من سلامة وأمن الدول بناء على الجمارك. فكيف لهذه الفكرة أن تكون فكرة ثنائية أو مزدوجة؟ الصباح الخير لكم جميعا، أنا سعيد جدا بأنني هنا اليوم وأشكركم هنا. فيما يخص الأدوار الطبيعية فيما يخص الضرائب وفيما يخص هذه المنظمات، عندما نتحدث عن العوائد فيما يخص الاتحاد الأوروبي وفيما يخص ما يرجع عليه كإجمالي عوائد أيضا، فهي أكثر وتتوسع إلى أكثر مما يدفعون الضرائب أيضا. في الاتحاد الأوروبي نجمع إلى حوالينا 25 إلى 26 مليار سنويا. سمعت هذا الصباح هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية يجمعون مبلغ مقارب لهذا المبلغ التي تحدثت عنه. أما فيما يخص الأدوار الطبيعية والأدوار البديهية فيما يخص هيئات الضرائب والدخل، نحن نواجه بعض التحديات التي تخص المناطق الجغرافية والجيوسياسية. فهذه تتطلب الكثير من العمل وتتطلب الكثير من الجهد، فنحن نتمنى أنها لا تقف إلى هنا، ونتمنى أنها تمتد أكثر من ذلك هذه الجهود. وفي نفس الوقت في الأمم الأوروبية في آخر 15 عاما شهدنا الكثير من الأنشطة الغير قانونية أو بعض القوانين الحدودية التي من شأنها التأثير في هذا الموضوع، وهنالك الكثير من التساؤلات والكثير من المشاكل التي نراها فيما يخص منظمات IBR، وأيضا يتوجب لنا إيجاد حلول مستدامة وخصائص مستدامة فيما نحن نعمل عليه. هنالك أكثر من 370 قانونا فيما يخص استيراد المواد وتصدير المواد في الاتحاد الأوروبي.
وفي نفس الوقت هنالك الكثير من القائمة وتطول القائمة. عندما قبل 10 سنوات هنالك أكثر من 10 ملايين صندوق صغير أو شحنة صغيرة تم إيقافها في آخر 10 سنوات، وفي عام 2023 زادت إلى 4 مليار الشحنة، والأرقام لا زالت تزداد فيما يخص العمل المناط لهيئة الحدود والجمارك لدينا. ولكن يجب أن نتأكد أيضا أن المستهلكون، سبق أن تحدث فيما يخص التساؤلات فيما يخص الصحة وفيما يخص السلامة. لدينا في الاتحاد الأوروبي هنالك تعديلات وإصلاحات كثيرة فيما يخص قوانيننا الجمركية وقوانيننا الحدودية، أيضا في هيئة الاتحاد الأوروبي فيما يخص الحدود، أمن الحدود وأيضا الجمارك. هنالك أكثر من 27 جهة تعمل في هذا الموضوع، جهة أوروبية بالطبع، وتعمل على أيضا سن بعض القوانين والاتفاقيات والتعاون فيما بين بعض الدول وأيضا بعض الجهات المختصة فيما يخص التبادل التجاري والتعاون التجاري. ونحن أيضا عملنا على الكثير من الاتفاقيات والكثير من الأعمال مع دول وأطراف ثالثة أيضا. دعونا نتحدث عن تجربة الولايات المتحدة ونستفيد من هذه التجربة. فكيف كان بإمكانكم أن تتحكموا بهذه الموجة وتوسع ما يخص الموضوع الجمركي؟ بشكل سريع سأتحدث عما نحن نعمل به وكيف نتعامل به. عندما ننظر إلى في عام 2024 هنالك العديد من الأرقام في كل يوم تزداد. لدينا كل يوم 1.5 مليون نسمة تدخل الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، فهنالك الكثير من البضائع والكثير من الضرائب التي نقوم بتحصيلها فيما يخص من يدخل الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. فالعملية التي تخص الأمن أو السلامة أو الدخل أيضا، فهنالك أكثر من 23 قبض أمني على بعض المخالفين فيما يخص هذه الخصائص الضريبية. فعندما نتحدث عن زيادة، عندما يزداد الحذر فأيضا المخاطر تزداد بشكل متوازن معه أيضا. فهنالك الكثير من المخاطر التي تأتي إلى الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية كل يوم. عندما نقوم بالجمع ما بين الاقتصاد والأمن الوطني في وقت وآن واحد، يجب أن نتأكد بأنها جميعها تحت مظلة واحدة، ويجب أن يكون لدينا ثقة كاملة بأن يكون الأمن هو السبب الأول لاستدامة هذه القوانين واستدامة هذه المناطق التي نقوم بالعمل بها. عندما نتحدث من وجهة نظر تقنية وهذا الميزان، وأيضا إدخال الذكاء الاصطناعي أيضا، فكيف لنا استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي بالاستفادة منه في هذه المجالات أيضا. ونحن أيضا نسعى لجمع الكثير من البيانات وقواعد البيانات من الموردين والمنتجين وأيضا شركة الشحن التي توجد لدينا، وأيضا إيجاد القياسات وأيضا الأرقام التي بإمكانها أن نستخدم جميع هذه البيانات لعرض واتخاذ قرار مناسب فيما إذا كان هذه الشحنة قد تكون تحت التحقيق أم لن تكون تحت التحقيق. فهذه المبادرة بالنسبة لنا، كيف لنا بأن نقوم بصنع هذه البيانات التي نتحدث عنها. في عام 2003 قمنا بإدخال برنامج CBD، الذي يخص الجمارك. ولكل دور منها دور مهم في جمع هذه البيانات وكيف لا ومشاركته مع جميع الجهات. عندما نجمع هذه البيانات سويا هنالك أكثر من 66
as we manage ports of entry and in between ports of entry in the air, on the water, on how things come in and out of the country. So having that bandwidth and collectively within CBP doing this together became very important for us. As trade increases, as travel increases, as threat increases, having that bandwidth to collectively risk assess and determine what's low risk, what's medium risk, what's high risk, and then make the decisions on facilitation is very important to us. But the data integration, I think for all of us, and how we collect it and how we apply it to make risk assessments is the best path forward on moving forward to make those determinations.
And what effect did you see on trade from implementing those changes, those reforms?
So in trade in general, so the volume and speed of trade very particular is light years ahead of even a couple years ago. When I think about trade regulations and authorities that we in CBP put together or have implemented, it's been at least 30 years since we really had trade reform from a legislative proposal process, at least 30. So now we're looking to ensure that we are modifying those legislative authorities for us to apply regulations to meet today's demand. Right? Everybody wants their shipment that they ordered from Amazon tomorrow, right? And if it's not there tomorrow, there's a problem.
Before close of business, please.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. So you order it while you're in the car, right? Drive it in the car, and you want it at your home by the time you get there. Sure. But in order for that to happen, data compliance is important. And without data compliance, without ensuring that we have the supply chain secure, it makes it difficult to meet that demand. So what we're doing is ensuring that from a compliance perspective, what we started to do is ensure that we're driving compliance using our existing authorities, existing regulations, and we're going to drive compliance from consumers and those bringing in products to the United States.
So along with all that, of course, e-commerce trade is on the up and up, and it continues to go up. Forbes recently drew some numbers, and apparently 20% of all trade that was done in 2023 was online, and that's a 10% increase from the numbers from 2022. Sheikh Ahmed, I'll pose this question to you perhaps. What are the principles of the WCO, the World Customs Organization, the principles of its framework to develop an e-commerce trade ecosystem?
Thank you very much. Let me first of all step back and thank the organizers for the invitation. I'm delighted as always to be back here in Riyadh and to participate for the second time in this wonderful conference. Now, just before I answer the question, if we go back to the question of when did customs leave the revenue collection and also on top of it added the security, I would go back to a specific incident that took place in 2001, and it is specifically on September the 11th, and that is why Pete here said that the change and the merger happened in 2003. We all noticed that it is not just about revenue collection. We needed to ramp up the security side of things. So I think this is when the change really happened across the world. Now, when it comes to the WCO and the framework of standards, the WCO is an organization that focuses through its committees led by the Policy Commission on coming up with a framework of standards for many of the items that we deal with. Surely the e-commerce is one of the biggest challenges. We all realize that e-commerce is only part of the supply chain. And to just explain to everyone here, supply chain today, the global supply chain, is the lifeblood of society. It is everything, from energy that powers our economies, all the way to the food that nourishes our families. So when people order through Amazon and they want their shipment ASAP, they do not realize that this shipment can be part of a bigger shipment that can have narcotics in it or any other obstacles. So when we study information at the WCO, what is the challenge? The challenge is the conventional trade used to happen via sea. It is big items, it is valuable items, and they come in a slow pace. Whereas e-commerce is a lot of items landing every day, and they are low value. And there's a lot of restrictions on some of them, whether it's fake medicine or many other items that I don't want to go into the details of, that we have. So another thing I want to highlight for everyone here is over the past decade, what did the supply chain face? His Excellency Dr. Romeh and the other speakers previously talked about it, but I want to remind everyone that during the pandemic, we had a container ship that was beached in a very vital area of the world, the Suez Canal. We had warehouses overfilled. We had trucks without truck drivers because of the pandemic, and many of challenges that we faced. Now, how can you reverse the cycle at customs? And Dr. Romeh, thanks to him, he said probably one of the biggest or the strongest link in the chain of the supply chain is customs, is to become resilient. You have to be nimble, agile, and adapt with all these changes. So in the World Customs Organization, we discussed extensively a proper framework of standards to deal with e-commerce. Maybe people that are picky when it comes to ordering online can realize the changes when it comes to the information that is being requested through some of the legitimate websites, such as Amazon. And this only helps what? Helps to expedite the shipment when it arrives on the other side. So that is the role of the WCO, and it continues to play an important role in bringing the world together through sharing the experiences. One last point I would like to highlight is the whole framework of standard that we call at the organization SAFE, which is security. It began with the CBP's effort to come up with the document, and then it grew through many interventions and add-ons from many other members. So this is how we work at the World Customs Organization.
Since you talk about supply chains, obviously, and also in the way that you describe them, supply chains are very complex. The whole process really of levying duties and collecting taxes is quite complicated. And at the heart of supply chain complexity, Ferenc, I think you might agree with this, lies an inherent lack of trust between the stakeholders, whether it is shippers, freight forwarders, importers, and the public authorities. So tell us a little bit about your experience and how technology, specifically blockchain technology, could help elevate that level of trust and therefore, once again, simplify or push forward the whole process of customs.
Technology is a big opportunity and a big threat as well regarding the customs. And usually the public revenues. First of all, as you have heard, the customs administrations has to manage billions of parcels and packages annually. And on the old way, we cannot perform and cannot enforce the law. We have to change. And the fortunate thing is that e-commerce is based on data. So if we get access to that data, then we can manage. But first of all, the credibility of the data is very important. The trust, the digital trust. And the problem is that if a party is involved in paying any dues or customs, then the trust can be limited on that data coming from them. But the new opportunities arise, for example, the decentralized ledger systems, because or blockchain systems. Many people consider blockchain as a platform of investment. I think it's a big problem because the most important feature of the blockchain is the digital trust. Every transaction in all the blockchain systems are digitally signed, signatured by the source, the data source. Mm-hmm. And this means that if we establish, it's just an idea, but if we establish a blockchain system, a worldwide, a global blockchain system, where all the digital platform payments are registered and all the custom declarations are registered as well, and we can connect it, then we can be sure that the declared value of the parcel is the same value what the customer paid for that. Of course, there are limitations, and these limitations are important. The privacy and data protection issues, the interest of the companies to keep their secrets, commercial secrets, and we have to acknowledge these interests, of course. But the technological background is advancing in a very fast pace. That means that we have newer and newer cryptographic schemes for protecting anonymity, not just individual persons, but companies as well. And if we find a balance, a good balance, then we can use the data. That's the first one. The second one, to mine the information of that trusted data. And that's artificial intelligence of deep learning methods, what we can employ. But more and more customs administrations are using those methods nowadays as well.
Elena, let me ask you about the experience of the EU in using those technologies that are introduced as elements into this into this ecosystem, whether it is AI, blockchain, digitization, data analysis. How are agencies in the EU using those technologies, and how is it affecting trade?
Thank you for your question and for the interest of the Portuguese perspective. As a member of the EU, we are all aware that economies are becoming more and more digital, and data can be used in an intelligent way. We have technologies that can support new ways of managing the customs controls, and the economy and the tax and customs administrations expect that these levels of controls could be seamless, that we can achieve safety and security at the same time. We don't, at the same time, we couldn't expect to spend time, a lot of time to use in administrative tasks. We expect that technology assures the benefits to the society, not only for tax administrations. We in Europe, we benefit from a common legal framework that we all use and try to act as one, not only in benefit of Europe, business and citizens, but also for the world, because if we can manage our customs system in an efficient way with the use of technology, we can improve global trade and benefit the logistic all over the world. That's one good reason, because on the work we have been doing discussing a huge reform in the EU to assure that if we build a strong data hub, we can improve the way we use the new technologies like AI, blockchain, and other options that we can be able to use in the future. Because with a common framework in legislation, with standards, and managing a data hub in an efficient way, I think we could be a good benchmark for the world. We hope we can work on that, because standards that could be applied all in the global trade should maybe start on regional experiments that can be perfected and improved, working in small groups. If we are able to work in blocks and
yes.
build a strong stage for the next level, I think Europe could be a good example and be a good partner for the global trade.
And Gerasimos did mention the European Customs Authority. What challenges, Mr. Thomas, do you see ahead of this authority? What uniformity or lack of uniformity is there within the EU to allow the success or perhaps bring about lesser success for the EU?
Yes, I think the time is ripe to have this authority, and this is not only as proposed by the Commission, but as recognized by the Member States. Because things are changing so fast worldwide, I think there are two elements that drive the decision of our 27 Member States to move forward in that direction. The first is technology, and the second is risk management. So on technology, the investment in technology that are needed are huge. In the EU now, we have 27 member states, but in order to manage all the customs-related procedures, we have 111 IT systems and digital systems which they need to communicate with each other, and the information is not properly shared. Some systems are very old. So, just purely from the investment point of view, the member states recognize that by building a single central data system, which they will govern, I think they will save substantial amounts of money, and it will allow technologies, new technologies, to be deployed quicker. This is a huge business decision that will allow the customs to work more efficiently, and of course it will allow the private sector, to deal with a single data system. A company like IKEA, for example, they have 16 different offices in the member states. They import in 16 different offices with different systems, with different procedures, and they will be able to centralize all the import to the EU in one, let's say, system and one country. So many companies face these problems. They face different interfaces. Second, the common data system will allow to have an EU risk management that, like they have in the US or they have in other countries. And this centralized EU risk management system, it will be at the disposal of the national customs authorities, so we will not have EU boots on the ground, but they will give them the intelligence, and it will allow them also, the EU risk management system, it will, let's say, interface better with other authorities, like Europol, like the US, like other authorities here. Instead of dealing with one country at a time, they can have the overall picture. So I think in terms of security, but also, I repeat, product compliance and rules compliance, it will facilitate the life of the traders and the life of the authorities. We need to get 80% of the trade. You mentioned trust. We need to get north of 80% of the trade into a trust chain. We can only concentrate the controls in the risky areas, and I think the big companies, whether they are handling e-commerce or they are handling supply chains, they are looking forward to have a trust building with the customs authorities.
So perhaps central to the success of this common authority is to be able to streamline all the systems, etc. Sheikh Ahmed, let me ask you about the MENA region. Do we have, do we face similar challenges when we look at an e-commerce trade ecosystem? Do we have a similar authority in place? Do we need a similar authority in place? And what challenges will it face?
In the MENA region, we all know that we have a youth generation everywhere in the Middle East, and the trend is a lot of online shopping is being done. So we have witnessed a rapid increase every year of the e-commerce shipment. But if I'm going to touch upon how we deal with e-commerce, it is a coordinated border management concept. So at the border, we do not work on our own. We have representatives of other government agencies. So for example, if someone is ordering food, there will be the representatives of the Ministry of Health checking with us. If it's medicine, the medical team will be there. So the concept of coordinated border management, plus the advanced information that Pete talked about and Mr. Thomas, helps us in expediting and knowing when to field the right team. But I want to comment on something very specific here. We have all discussed today the technology improvements, whether it's AI, blockchain, data analytics, and all of these advancements. Now, we all here in this room are policymakers. I see a lot of familiar faces, but we have not touched upon the most important thing, and this is an opportunity that I don't want to miss. It is the one that brings us in customs the highest return on investment, and it is the women and men that work in customs. Okay. They are the constant, and they are the ones that adapted throughout these years with all these technologies, with all these regulations that everyone asks us to do. So I highly regard them, and I ask the floor here or everyone here to give them a round of applause. They're the ones.
Absolutely.
And I'll applaud them as well.
Yes. Yes, you can that. Why don't I ask you, Helena? I was meaning to ask you later on in the session, but let's ask you about building capacity. How much training is needed to build the capacity of those very brave and very hardworking, loyal people within customs who are making these happen, who are bringing me my Amazon package before the end of the work day, the same day. But how much do you need to retrain them? And how much do we need to also train traders to use those highly technology advanced systems?
Sorry. As we can see that the ecosystem is changing a lot, and the transformation happens all around us. We have to be aware that we have to invest a lot to assure that our staff, our management, and our business are prepared to join this movement of transformation in the society, and that our countries are able to benefit from the opportunities that technology is, and the digital transformation is giving us nowadays. Sometimes we discuss it in the internal organizations in customs, but we need to sit around the table and the discussions. The stakeholders and the business are really our more important stakeholders, because we shouldn't continue thinking that tax and customs administrations are able to manage all the complexity and the rules we have to comply. We should be able to develop trust relationships with the citizens, with the business, and make sure that they are able to comply, and demanding on the requirements they have to request when they made trade. Because if we change the culture around in the ecosystem, it would be easier to assure that the investments in capacity building are successful. And if we create a culture of compliant and that don't tolerate risks risks that can waste energy in the society, we will be able to prevent risks on security and safety that we all expect. Of course, it's not easy to have the results, because culture is the hardest job. To change culture, we need some ambition, some vision for a different vision for the future. We should share it with our staff, and we need a political will and support to move the society on that direction, and to give the resource and to have the resources not only on the customs administration but also on the business side, because sometimes our countries and our governments have to invest now to have the benefits in the future. It's not easy to take this decision if the society don't understand what could be the benefits on the investments, on capacity building, what we are doing nowadays, and because they need to understand the options we made and the choices could be successful. It's a question of communication, not only capacity building. We have to make the society understand what we are building, because if we do it in a proper way, we can build peace, because we don't make war with countries which we make trade.
So it's not only investment in technology, but also investing in building the capacity, the human capacity. Gracias.
I agree, but I am going to be a bit controversial here, probably with my EU colleagues, even if Ferenc probably is the most advanced technologically, let's say, authority in Europe. But in general, when it comes to European countries, we have a very high age of average age among customs officials. We are, in all countries, as an average, we have very high age. People are quite old, and we had difficulties only now sort of getting young people. I think when it comes to technology, in looking to build the new technology going forward for the data hub, for example, we have to look elsewhere. I come here, I go to Singapore, I go to some other MENA regions. When it goes to customs technology in this country where we are hosted today, in some other countries in the MENA region or elsewhere, they have started later, but they have employed newer technology. We have the baggage of our old systems, and therefore we have to be open, to take the best where it exists. And that is the value of having a global customs community, and not only look inside, even if we have customs for many years. I think we can learn from the countries who are developing new systems around the world and advance all faster. And as Elena said, changing the culture is difficult. In some cases, it might not be necessary. We need to step ahead, let's say, and jump, one technology around.
Ferenc, so how do you marry the culture with the technology? So that the two work together to achieve, to get the positive results? So maybe give us an example of an innovative cross-border e-commerce platform that even I can perhaps learn to work with and live with.
I just refer back with one sentence about the human resource problem and development, human resource development. So the customs is a uniform service. And the age of the 21st century, the societies are getting very much civilians. So we have to find a way to the souls of the youngsters to be interested in this service, to feel it important to protect the economy and the society of the dangers of the new challenges. And it's a common problem, not just in the EU, but I think it's a global problem. And back to technology. There is a HR issue of technology as well. We have to speak the language of the data. When we analyze the data, and it is very valid from the deep learning methods, the result is only data. And the semantics, the meaning of the result of the analysis has to be performed by professionals, by customs and tax professionals. So we cannot substitute the staff with IT staff. And the only way is to teach of those analytical methods to the decision makers and the experts in our fields as well. And back to the technology, and you asked for examples.
Yes.
Our best examples are on the behavior analysis or attribute analysis of the customers. We have to find deviances. If we don't want to open millions of containers or billions of parcels that we are unable, then we have to fine-tune our deviance analysis procedures. And if we have more and more data, we are able, we can do it. The problem is always that you don't have to base your administrative decisions on of the output of the machine learning methods, because those are probabilities only. So you have to do a statement that this shipment violates the law on this way. And you cannot tell that this shipment violates violates a probability method. So it's not the way what we can do. And it's the question of the future developments, how we can fit the two interests into one process.
Right. Pete, let me ask you then, we're talking about billions and billions of parcels and billions of packages flying around the world. Tell me what your thoughts are on how you've adapted your processes to handle many parcels of very small value.
Right. So I'll start off by saying, first, we have to understand our risk, and then we need to understand our opportunities. And I think we need to understand those because when it comes to solving a problem or creating opportunities, there's not a place I don't go to where there's a company willing to sell me a piece of equipment or a piece of software to help solve a problem. The real question is that the problem I want to solve? Or is that the opportunities I have? So as we think about risk and opportunity, it needs to be solving the problem that we want to solve rather than somebody offering the next shiny thing to go after and buy or implement. So from a small package perspective, we have transitioned, I think, from since we didn't have the volume of small packages like everybody else is dealing with from a de minimis standpoint, from a small shipment, as we saw the evolution of that increasing for us, there was a point in time where, because of the volume and because of the small value that we didn't see as much risk there. So our systems and our process were to expedite that package, to allow that package to flow as free as possible through the systems to the customer, the consumer. Once we started to identify the risk involved in small packages from all threats categories, whether or not we are talking health and human safety, narcotics, agriculture, whatever it happened to be from a risk perspective, we saw the need that we needed a closer review of the process, providing our officers an opportunity to determine the data, the quality, and whether or not we wanted to look at it. So we actually slowed things down a little bit in order to provide our personnel who do this every day an opportunity to assess risk. So when we started to see non-compliance in the requirements and in initiatives and pilots that we had created, we started to take people out of those pilots and initiatives. We started to remove them from being able to participate in an expedited process, now creating an opportunity for us to review. So non-compliance, then we took away some privileges. And we said, if you want an expedited process, then you're going to have to comply with what the requirements are. Right? And that's big for companies out there when they're looking to ensure that supply chains and the movement of packages in a small package remains quickly and efficient. Then we started to ensure that we were updating our X-ray technology and being able to ensure that we had the best technology and attempting to use new technology out there to ensure that we were able to identify threats within those packages at the speed of operation. Because small packages move very quickly, our ability to assess that from an X-ray perspective became important. And then adding artificial intelligence on top of that to assist our officers in the identification of something that would be considered an anomaly. So I think combining all those for us is what we have done: drive compliance, ensure that we are using our current authorities to the best of our abilities to drive that compliance. Where we have non-compliance, we're removing people from programs in order to put them in a slower track of how packages get across the border, and then improving our technology to be able to make those assessments for us and continue to analyze what the best opportunities are for that.
Sheikh Ahmed, we of course need to ask you about, it was mentioned that, you mentioned that it's a much younger population in this region. It is also mentioned that the whole region is younger, and therefore we have the privilege here, an advantage to be able to put new things in place, latest technologies without the legacy, without the weight of the legacy. So tell us about the experience of employing those, and again, what challenges do you find you face?
I think Mr. Thomas earlier said about the older generation versus the new generation. And let me tell you, post-COVID, I found myself trying to recruit different skills. From the time I was looking for more customs officers, the classic customs officers, now we're looking at AI specialists, data analysts, specific qualities that we're looking for. And this is all in order to keep up with what Pete just said in terms of how do you apply the right way the technologies that are coming up and emerging. Now, it is easy to bring companies that would sell you whatever they have, but it will never solve your problem. And one of the biggest assets I think that we have is the technology of machine learning itself. Now, the threats that we receive from these small packages, it was explained, but there are threats. And the more you are within the roots of narcotics or fake medicines or food supplements, the higher the risk is. Now, while everyone in the world was busy with the pandemic and trying to overcome the challenges we had during the pandemic, we had people trying to make money through selling fake vaccines or fake PPEs. So we should never forget those lessons and invest heavier in those technologies. Luckily, I think the relationship that we have in the GCC specifically between customs and the Ministry of Finance and the policymakers at the top, they all, in my opinion, realize the importance of customs. That is why we've been pushing all together, and most of them are here, to come up with the GCC Customs Union as soon as possible. Now, I can announce that the date would be next year for a GCC Customs Union. That will bring all the systems together, and that will help us even to invest together in advanced systems that could lead us to the next decade.
And that leads me very nicely into my next question to the whole panel, which is, so we've heard about the difficulties of cross-border trade and the difficulties within the supply chain, whereby different parts of the chain need to communicate with and deal with different regulations in different jurisdictions and different requirements and so on. So is there a case, therefore, for a common customs framework that all the jurisdictions, all the regions can work under or within? And is it doable? I'll take answers from any volunteers.
Can we ask Mr. Thomas to answer this question first, and then we follow?
Okay. Yes, of course there is, and I think we do have this organization, the WCO, which under the chairmanship of the president of that is with us in the panel, it has decided the need for reform. Like every customs, also the international organizations had to go through the process of deciding to reform, and I'm very happy that we cooperated across all regions under the chairmanship to be able to set up the reform going forward. So now I think at the level of the WCO, we have the basis on how the customs talk to each other, how the standards are developed, how the data are developed, and how the technologies are used. On top of this, of course, every region or every country, they have some additional requirements to set. But I think we are at the turning point. We have all, understood in the customs community that we need to have some radical reform. Some of this reform is going faster in some areas than others. I think the WCO, they are discussing, as we are speaking here in the Policy Commission in Cape Town, they are meeting there, and I hope they take ambitious decisions on how to reform and modernize quickly. I think in the Union we have difficult discussions, but we are very close in reaching agreement to have important changes in the way we organize the customs union. And if we do that, then the implementation requires also some effort, I mean, in terms of change management. So I think at this moment, all customs, director generals, governors, presidents, they have to manage a lot of change and a lot of introduction of technology. And as I like to say, 10 years back after the financial crisis, the banks had a similar issue. They had to introduce a lot of fintech. And a lot of them made a lot of mistakes and lost a lot of money. So, I think we need to work together to make sure that we do the right decisions. I remember in a similar conference 12 years ago, the CEO of Merrill Lynch was saying, my biggest headache is not how to manage currency risk, not how to manage interest rate risk, not how to manage market risk, but how to manage technology risk. And I think we still need to make sure that we get technology right to accompany our, change in our organizations. But we are there, and we had great leaders, one of them in our panel, that moved the global systems in that direction.
What do you think, Sheikh Ahmed? Are we any closer to a global system? And is technology a good leveler that will allow this global system?
What I think is that technology can solve any problem.
Can.
And we are closer. I won't shy away, the responsibility is with customs. However, we can't forget that some of the items that we talk about in crossing the border, there are other agencies that are responsible for these items. The challenge, for example, that we are facing currently in the GCC is some items, for example, are restricted in one country but not restricted in the other, or banned and not banned. And whenever you have these issues, then the smuggling becomes obvious. Customs without the assistance from all the other government agencies responsible in controlling, restricting other goods, if they don't join, it will be tough to have a full framework. Why do I say technology can solve it? It is easy to program a computer saying it is allowed in country A, it is not allowed in country B. So the signal can flag that this item shouldn't be coming through the border or is allowed to go through the border. So I'm optimistic as always, and I can see the recent developments at the WCO and the pace of work that is happening with the new structure that took place after the appointment of an USG, and I'm very optimistic that we can reach something very soon. I know you're worried about your package arriving on the same day.
I am. I need to go check if it's if it's at the door yet or not. It's all very, very interesting. I'm just wondering, we're talking about all the reform that's been done and all the ambition and aspiration that you all have for all this. And I have to bring this, this question up. With the incoming US administration in a few weeks' time, this administration has been talking a lot about possibly putting restrictions on cross-border trade and levying duties here and there. I don't want us to get into politics, that's not what the question is, but the question is, if something like that were to happen, how much of the reforms that are being implemented will be rolled back? Pete, I'll start with you.
Sure. So I think, as we look at reform and changes on whether or not that's tax increases or incentives, there's always a process internally that we have to take on from a customs perspective, a duty, taxation, collection. How quickly those change become an issue collectively for all of us on how quickly potentially those things can change. Allowing for discussion, allowing for time for that to be processed internally when you're talking multiple countries and what the system changes could be and the implications is an important process to it. We all deal with change. We all deal with changes in taxes and changes of tariffs and changes of duties and fees. So, but being able to implement that strategically becomes important.
Okay, I think I've just been given the signal that we're out of time, but I cannot resist asking one more question very quickly. Anybody who would like to answer it, please feel free. So we talk about free trade. What is free trade? Is free trade an anomaly in this day of high and hefty tariffs? No? No?
I think that we do have, of course, the world growth and the world development. I think it thrives on free trade. And every region in the world, whether I go to discuss in the WTO, whether we're discussing COP, whether we're discussing these issues, I think everybody agrees that we need trade, to advance growth, to advance our societies. And I think there is no question about this. Then I think the geopolitics and actually the development of technology brings new challenges to trade. And I think the regulation of trade, the management of trade and also providing, let's say, a level playing field is more challenging today than it was, 15 years ago. And I think that is what we have to manage collectively. I think from the EU perspective, we believe that we do need international and multilateral institutions and a spirit of cooperation and consensus to do that. I insist on the word consensus because it is challenged sometimes these days. And I think some of the tools, they will be used differently than it was used whether it is tariffs or other tools. I think we do have a bit more trade defense. We do have de-risking strategies. But I think overall, the whole world, including the G7, the G20, the BRICS, at the international level, we are all understand that the total value of global trade and free trade.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for your insights. I really appreciate the time and the insights and you sharing them with us. I think we have some great takeaways from this, and most importantly, that a collaborative approach is really the way to move forward for safer economies and for safer countries, taking into consideration, of course, national interests. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Okay, my pleasure. Thank you.
نشكر السيدات والسادة على هذا الحوار
Thank you for this exciting panel discussion. Right now, we will see the signing of cooperation, free cooperation agreements and 2 MOUs, which will achieve the joint goals. The first memorandum of understanding between the Zakat Authority represented by His Excellency Suhail bin Mohammed Abani, the governor of the authority, and the National Revenue Agency in Bulgaria, represented by Mr. Rubin Sbistov, the Director General of the National Revenue Agency. Please kindly join us on the stage.
تهدف المذكرة إلى تبادل الخبرات بين الطرفين في مجال الإدارة الضريبية والاستعانة بالخبرات المتوافرة لدى أي من الطرفين، وذلك لنقل الخبرة والمعرفة، كما تهدف إلى تدريب منسوبي أي من الطرفين لدى الطرف الآخر في مجال الإدارة الضريبية. شكرا لك. Thank you very much.
شكرا. Thank you.
اتفاقية للاعتراف المتبادل ببرنامج المشغل الاقتصادي المعتمد بين هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك في المملكة العربية السعودية يمثلها معالي المهندس سهيل بن محمد أباني حافظ هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك ومصلحة الجمارك في جمهورية مصر العربية، يمثلها السيد شريف الكيلاني نائب وزير المالية للسياسات الضريبية في جمهورية مصر.
taxation policies in Egypt.
تهدف الاتفاقية إلى تعزيز حركة التبادل التجاري بين البلدين، المملكة العربية السعودية وجمهورية مصر، وسلسلة الإمداد في التجارة الدولية، ومنح مزايا متبادلة للقطاع الخاص والإدارات الجمركية بين البلدين.
Customs administration in both countries.
شكرا أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Thank you, Your Excellencies.
اتفاقية تعاون جمركي بين حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية ويمثلها معالي المهندس سهيل بن محمد باني محافظ هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك وحكومة جمهورية آيسلند ويمثلها السيد سنوري أولسن. تهدف الاتفاقية إلى تجنب الازدواج الضريبي في شأن الضرائب على الدخل ولمنع التهرب والتجنب الضريبي، ومشروع البروتوكول المرافق له. شكراً جزيلاً.
اتفاقية تعاون جمركي بين حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية ويمثلها سعادة المهندس عبد الله الفنتوخ نائب محافظ هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك للاستراتيجية وتيسير التجارة، وحكومة جمهورية باكستان الإسلامية يمثلها سعادة السفير أحمد فاروق سفير جمهورية باكستان في المملكة العربية السعودية. تهدف الاتفاقية إلى التعاون والمساعدة المتبادلة في المسائل الجمركية. شكراً أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
مذكرة تفاهم بين هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك في المملكة العربية السعودية ويمثلها سعادة المهندس عبد الله الفنتوخ نائب محافظ هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك للاستراتيجية وتيسير التجارة، وبين المديرية العامة للضرائب في المملكة المغربية ويمثلها السيد محمد السباعي مدير الموارد والتدقيق بالإدارة العامة للضرائب. تهدف هذه المذكرة إلى التعاون في مجال الإدارة الضريبية.
تجسد طبعا هذه الاتفاقيات ومذكرة التفاهم تكامل الجهود بين الحكومات لتعزيز التعاون للإسهام في استدامة الاقتصاد وتعزيز الأمن. شكرا لكل من ساهم في إبرام هذه الشراكات الاستراتيجية.
شكرا جزيلا. ننتقل الآن إلى محطة أخرى حيث يتم توقيع اتفاقية تعاون ومذكرتي تفاهم تعكس التزام هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك بالتعاون المؤسسي لتحقيق الأهداف المشتركة، وتشمل مذكرة تعاون بين هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك ويمثلها سعادة المهندس عبد الله الفنتوخ نائب محافظ هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك للاستراتيجية وتيسير التجارة، وبين ديوان المظالم ويمثلها فضيلة الشيخ الدكتور علي الحيدب نائب رئيس ديوان المظالم للشؤون القضائية والتنفيذية والأمين العام لمجلس القضاء الإداري. تهدف هذه المذكرة إلى التعاون بين الطرفين في تنفيذ الالتزامات المترتبة باختصاص كل جهة من خلال التكامل المطلوب مع الأنظمة الحكومية، بالإضافة إلى المواءمة والتنسيق في عدد من المجالات التي تخدم مصلحة الطرفين وتسهم في رفع جودة وكفاءة الأعمال. شكراً معاليكم.
اتفاقية تعاون بين هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك ممثلة بسعادة الأستاذ حمد بن عبد العزيز الحميدي وكيل محافظ هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك لرأس المال البشري ومجلس الضمان الصحي ضمان، ممثلا بالدكتور شباب بن سعد الغامدي الأمين العام لمجلس الضمان الصحي. تهدف الاتفاقية إلى التعاون المشترك بما يحقق مصلحة الطرفين من خلال تبادل الخبرات والاستشارات ونقل المعرفة بما يسهم في رفع جودة وكفاءة الأعمال وتفعيل العمل التكاملي بما يتفق مع اختصاصات كل طرف وبما لا يتعارض مع الأنظمة واللوائح والإجراءات ذات العلاقة. شكرا سعادتكم.
ننتقل إلى مذكرة تعاون بين هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك ويمثلها سعادة المهندس عبد الله الفنتوخ نائب محافظ هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك للاستراتيجية وتيسير التجارة، وبين هيئة الصحة العامة وقاية ويمثلها سعادة الدكتور سالم بن محمد البلوي مساعد الرئيس التنفيذي لشؤون البيئات والمجتمعات الصحية. تهدف المذكرة إلى التعاون المشترك بين الطرفين في مجال تعزيز الصحة العامة والوقاية من الأمراض. شكراً سعادتكم.
أيها الحفل الكريم، لطالما كانت الزكاة ركيزة أساسية في تعزيز التضامن المجتمعي وأداة فاعلة لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة وتعزيز الرخاء. استمعوا الآن إلى كلمة معالي نائب وزير المالية الأستاذ عبد المحسن بن سعد الخلف الذي سيحدثنا عن دور الزكاة في تعزيز الترابط الاجتماعي، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I will speak in Arabic, so I'll pause for a couple of minutes for you to put the headset on. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، في البداية يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعا، وإنه من دواعي سروري المشاركة في هذا المؤتمر الدولي، مؤتمر الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك، الذي يعقد هذا العام تحت شعار نرسم المستقبل لاقتصاد مستدام وأمن معزز، شعار يعكس الرؤية الطموحة لتعزيز التعاون الدولي ومواكبة التطورات العالمية في مجالات الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك، بما يحقق أهداف التنمية المستدامة ويعزز الأمن الاقتصادي. الحضور الكريم، أتحدث اليوم عن الزكاة ودورها في تعزيز الروابط الاجتماعية، والتي تعتبر ركن من أركان الإسلام الأساسية. إن الزكاة شريعة إسلامية عظيمة تتجسد كركيزة أساسية لبناء مجتمعات أكثر توازناً وعدالة. فالزكاة عبر أبعادها المتعددة تحقق التكافل الاجتماعي والتعاضد المجتمعي، وتلعب دورا محوريا في إعادة توزيع الدخل والثروة، مما يسهم في سد الفجوة بين الشرائح المجتمعية المختلفة، ويمهد الطريق أمام مجتمع يضمن فيه الجميع حياة كريمة. وكما قال الله سبحانه وتعالى في كتابه الكريم: وفي أموالهم حق معلوم للسائل والمحروم. وهنا يبين الله عز وجل أن أموال الأغنياء ليست لهم وحدهم، بل فيها حق معلوم يجب أن يخرج للفقراء والمحتاجين. كما أن الزكاة تلعب دورا كبيرا في تعزيز الترابط المجتمعي من خلال ترسيخ قيم المسؤولية الاجتماعية والتضامن، فهي تعزز من الإحساس بالانتماء وتدفع نحو بناء علاقات إيجابية بين مختلف فئات المجتمع. وقد التزمت المملكة العربية السعودية بتوجيه إيرادات الزكاة لدعم البرامج الاجتماعية، بما في ذلك تعزيز شبكات الأمان الاجتماعي مثل إعانات الضمان الاجتماعي، مما يعزم من استدامة التنمية وتوجيه مواردها للفئات الأكثر حاجة. الحضور الكريم، لا يقتصر دور الزكاة على الجانب الاجتماعي فقط، بل يمتد أثرها على الاقتصاد، فالزكاة تحفز على استثمار الأصول الراكدة، مما يخلق حركة اقتصادية نشطة تسهم في زيادة فرص العمل والإنتاجية ودعم المشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة، كما توجيه مواردها للفئات الأكثر حاجة في زيادة قدرتهم الشرائية، وبالتالي زيادة الإنفاق الاستهلاكي، وهذا بدوره يعزز من النمو الاقتصادي ويساهم في تحسين الدورة الاقتصادية. وفيما يتعلق بالزكاة في سياق جدول الأعمال الضريبة الدولي لمجموعة 20، فإنها تجمع بين مفهوم ديني إسلامي واجتماعي واقتصادي، بما يواكب أبرز الممارسات العالمية الحديثة في دول العالم، وعليه وانطلاقا من مبدأ التكامل مع الأنظمة الضريبية، وضمان أن تكون النظم الضريبية عادلة وتعزز من التوزيع العادل للثروة بين مختلف فئات المجتمع، يمكن النظر إلى الزكاة كأداة متسقة مع الأنظمة الضريبية المستحدثة. حضور الكريم، إن استخدام التقنية في إدارة أموال الزكاة يسهم في تعزيز الكفاءة والشفافية وضمان وصول الأموال إلى مستحقيها بطرق أكثر عدالة وفعالية. ولهيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك تجربة رائدة في هذا المجال، وذلك من خلال منصة زكاتي التي استحدثتها الهيئة، حيث ساهمت هذه المنصة في تعزيز كفاءة إدارة الأموال بنسبة تجاوزت 90% مقارنة بالطرق التقليدية. ختاماً، ندعو اليوم إلى تعزيز الشراكات الدولية وتبادل الخبرات في مجالات الزكاة والضريبة والاستفادة من الأدوات المختلفة لتحقيق الروابط الاجتماعية، وذلك لبناء مستقبل مزدهر ومستدام للجميع. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر معاليكم على مشاركتنا هذه المعلومات القيمة حول دور الزكاة وأهميتها في ترسيخ الروابط المجتمعية. السادة الحضور، لاستكشاف الأبعاد المتعددة للزكاة وأهميتها في العالم الإسلامي وتقديم رؤى متنوعة حول دور الزكاة في تحقيق العدالة الاجتماعية وتعزيز الاقتصاد، يشارككم الجلسة الحوارية التالية بعنوان رؤى دولية حول أهم الممارسات الزكوية، والتي يديرها الأستاذ الزميل ناصر الطيبي، ويشارك فيها كل من الأستاذ سلطان الجريس وكيل الوزارة للضمان الاجتماعي والتمكين في وزارة الموارد البشرية والتنمية الاجتماعية في المملكة العربية السعودية، والأستاذ الدكتور نور أحمد رئيس الوكالة الوطنية للزكاة في جمهورية إندونيسيا، الدكتور ماجد العزمي المدير العام في بيت الزكاة في دولة الكويت، الأستاذ سيد قمر الزمان رئيس مجلس الشؤون الدينية الإسلامية للمناطق الفيدرالية في مملكة ماليزيا، فليتفضلوا مشكورين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وما تقدموا لأنفسكم من خير تجدوه عند الله إن الله بما تعملون بصير. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الزكاة فرض في الإسلام وأحد أركانه الخمس، ويقوم المسلمون حول العالم بأداء هذه الفريضة، إلا أن ممارسات تطبيقها تتمايز بين دولة وأخرى بحسب الأنظمة المعمول بها والاختلافات الثقافية، بالإضافة إلى عوامل أخرى متباينة. فبالتحليل المقارن للممارسات الزكوية نرى أن أبرز عوامل التباين تتركز حول العناصر التالية. في الدول الإسلامية هل الزكاة تفرض وتدار من قبل الحكومة وهيئاتها، أم أنها غير إلزامية من قبل الدولة وتترك للمؤسسات الأهلية والقطاع الخاص ليديرها؟ أما بالنسبة للجاليات الإسلامية في الدول غير الإسلامية، فهل يتم جمع الزكاة وتوزيعها من قبل منظمات أهلية أو من خلال المساجد؟ هذه المنظومات المتباينة تختلف من حيث آليات جبي الزكاة وتوزيعها، وهو ما قد ينعكس أيضاً على مستوى المصداقية والشفافية. إلا أنه وبالرغم من هذه التباينات، الهدف الأسمى المشترك بينها كلها هو محاربة الفقر ودعم الرعاية الاجتماعية وتقديم التضامن المجتمعي من خلال الزكاة. ومن أجل تقديم رؤية أوضح حول النماذج الزكوية المختلفة المعمول بها في إيتاء الزكاة وأفضل الممارسات في حوكمة هذا القطاع ورفع كفاءته في تحديد أحقية المستحق وزيادة نسبة التغطية، أقدمت زاتكا على إقامة هذه الندوة التي يشارك بها خبراء من أهل الاختصاص في الزكاة وفي إدارتها من عدد من الدول الإسلامية حتى يشاركوننا خبراتهم وتجاربهم. أبدأ معك أستاذ سلطان، وهذا السؤال سيكون عام للجميع ولكن البداية معك حول لو تعطينا نظرة شمولية حول منظومة الزكاة في السعودية، لو تستعرض لنا أبرز خصائصها حتى يتسنى للحضور مقارنتها مع الأنظمة المعمول بها في الدول الأخرى التي يمثلها الأساتذة المشاركين في
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لهيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك على إقامة هذا المؤتمر يجمع بين تجارب مختلفة في تطوير إن شاء الله تعالى هذه العمل بهذه الشعيرة. الزكاة كما ذكرت هي شعيرة فرضها الله عز وجل على المكلفين، ولذلك يعني من أيام أو عهد الملك عبد العزيز مؤسس هذه الدولة طيب الله ثراه عملا بالآية خذ من أموالهم صدقة تطهرهم وتزكيهم بها، فتم صدور نظام جباية الزكاة في عام 1370 هجري أي 1950 ميلادي. صدر النظام جباية الزكاة والذي فرض وألزم كل مكلف بالزكاة في القطاع التجاري سواء من الشركات أو المؤسسات بجباية هذه الزكاة، وتقوم الحكومة بجباية هذه المبالغ. والنظام أيضا ذكر أن مصارف هذه الأموال هي مخصصة لمستفيدي الضمان الاجتماعي، فكل ما يجبى من الزكاة يخصص لمستفيدي الضمان الاجتماعي، وهي أحد المصارف اللي ذكرت في القرآن لمصارف الزكاة، إنما الصدقات للفقراء والمساكين والعاملين. ففي المملكة هو نظام قائم ملزم لجميع العاملين المؤسسات بدفع الزكاة سنويا، ويتم جبايتها وتخصيصها للضمان الاجتماعي، وما ينقص من هذه الأموال يتم تغذيته من ميزانية الحكومة لضمان تقديم الدعم الاجتماعي بشكل كامل للفئات المستحقة.
دكتور نور، أعطنا نظرة شاملة عن منظومة الزكاة في إندونيسيا ودور الحكومة ودورها في هذا القطاع.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أولا أشكر شكرا تقدير هذه الفرصة الذهبية، هذه الجلسة تقديم نقاش حول الزكاة. بالنسبة على هذا السؤال نبين بما يلي. فإن أنظمة إدارة الزكاة تنقسم إلى ثلاثة نماذج رئيسية. الأول نموذج شامل أو النوع الأول الزكاة تفرض من قبل الدولة وتدمج في المالية العامة وتدار من قبل هيئات حكومية مع إلزاميات قانونية المسلمين. النموذج الجزئي أو النوع الثاني الزكاة طوعية وتدرج ضمن الإطار القانوني للدولة وتدار من قبل هيئات حكومية أو منظمات المجتمع المدني. ومن أصل هذا النموذج إن شاء الله أسناس في إندونيسيا. النموذج الإلماني الثالث الزكاة ليست إلزامية وتدار بشكل كامل من قبل القطاع الخاص والمؤسسات الدينية أو المجتمعات المحلية دون أي تنظيم من الدولة. السياق في إندونيسيا تتبنى إندونيسيا النموذج الجزئي كما هو منصوص عليه في القانون رقم 23 لعام 2011. ومع أن الزكاة طوعية فإن الدولة تقدم الدعم من خلال إطار تنظيمي يضمن ثقة الجمهور في إدارة الزكاة. إدارة الزكاة في إندونيسيا تتم من خلال الهيئة الوطنية لإدارة الزكاة أو باسناس، وهي هيئة حكومية رسمية تكلف بإدارة الزكاة على المستوى الوطني والإقليمي والمحلي. المنظمات الأهلية لإدارة الزكاة أو لاس، وهي منظمات مجتمع مدنية تحصل على تصاريح أعمال من الحكومة. وحدة جمع الزكاة أو OPZ، وهي وحدة تعمل في المؤسسات الحكومية والشركات والمساجد والمدارس والمجتمع الحر. خلاص.
شكرا لك دكتور نور. أستاذ ماجد، نبذة عن منظومة الزكاة في الكويت، ربما تاريخ الزكاة كيف تطور لإنشاء بيت الزكاة في الكويت.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية نشكر هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك على رعاية وتبني هذه الملتقيات. الزكاة في الكويت مرت بعدة مراحل. بداية كانت تفرض من الحاكم على الشعب وكانت إلزامية، فكان يجليها أو يجبيها الحاكم من البدو وأهل الحلال والغنم، ويجنيها من أهل البحر وأهل الصيد والسمك، وكان يجنيها أيضا من أصحاب المزارع والحظر والتجار. واستمر الحال هذا إلى ظهور النفط، حتى كانت الزكاة نوع من ترسيم الحدود، فكانت هذه القبائل تخضع للحاكم الفلاني أو لا تخضع له حسب كيف يدفعون الزكاة له. فإلى أن ظهر النفط وتدفقت الأموال على الدولة، فتركها الحاكم للشعب أو اللجان الشعبية أن تجمع الزكاة وتوزعها بمعرفتها. وكان المسجد هو الأساس في هذا الموضوع، فكان الثقات يجمعون الزكاة يوزعونها على مستحقيها. وكانت المجتمعات في ذلك الوقت بسيطة وصغيرة، فكان يعرفون بعضهم يعرفون الاحتياج. واستمر الحال هذا إلى أن ظهرت الجمعيات الأهلية لتجمع الزكاة، فكانت هناك رغبة شعبية بأن تتولى الحكومة عملية جمع الزكاة وتوزيعها، أن تكون برعاية الحكومة. وبالفعل سنة 1982 صدر المرسوم الأميري بإنشاء بيت الزكاة، هيئة حكومية ذات ميزانية مستقلة تجمع الزكاة طواعية التي تقدم من الشركات والأفراد. وإن كانت الزكاة إلزامية، إلا كان هناك نقاشات كثيرة في موضوع إلزامية الزكاة والوعاء الزكوي ومن تفرض عليه الزكاة، فكانت طواعية بداية، وتكون هناك تدرج إلى أن تفرض الزكاة. ومن 82 إلى 2006 كانت هناك تقريبا أكثر من 9 اقتراحات في مجلس الأمة بإلزامية الزكاة، وحدثت نقاشات كثيرة على من تفرض الزكاة بين الشركات المسلمة والكافرة والمذاهب الإسلامية وخلافاتها، نقاشات كثيرة. وخرج في 2006 قانون يلزم 1% من نسبة الزكاة على الشركات، وتترك النسبة الباقية 1.5 تصرفها الشركة حسب رؤيتها. وكان الهدف من هذا القانون هو التدرج إلى أن يصل إلى 2.5%. فأقر في 2006 1%، ولا زال يعمل فيه. ومن 2006 إلى السنة الماضية وتقدم اقتراحات أن تكون الزكاة إلزامية 2.5%، إلا أنها لا زالت قيد النقاش.
شكرا على هذه السردية التاريخية للكويت. دكتور قمر الزمان, tell us a little bit more about the history of the Zakat in Malaysia, and what is the role of the state currently in Malaysia in terms of the whole zakat system?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi. Alhamdulillah. Salatu wassalamu ala ashrafil mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammad. Thank you very much to the organizers for giving me the honor of being invited to this prestigious conference. In Malaysia, we are actually a federation. We have a federation of 14 states. Yeah? Zakat collection comes under each state government. Yeah? So we have 9 states that have sultans, so they have a religious council there. Whereas the other states have governors. So their zakat collection comes under individual state majlis or the council, and they report to the king. So what we do in terms of determining who can receive zakah, we use what is called the hadul kifaya, the line of necessity. Yeah? We determine the 6 basic human needs, for example, shelter, food, clothing, health, education, and transportation. So we look at their income, how much does a person make in a month, and what are his dependencies in terms of family members and so on and so forth, education. So based on that, then we give our zakat. So in the federal territory, we have about 34,000 families that are receiving zakat. The basic thing that we give monthly is the support, yeah? Basic support. That ranges from 500 to 1,000 ringgit, depending again on the hadul kifaya. And then on top of it, we give this as well. This is they can buy groceries for their own requirements. That is the basic, disbursement of our zakah. However, we have about 38 different schemes to help the asnaf, yeah? The 8 categories of asnaf as per the Sharia. We have schemes, for example, welfare schemes. For example, they can get benefits from us in terms of their own welfare for the family. We have help them in terms of economy, give them support. For example, if somebody wants to open a business, we give them support in terms of capital. Medical expenses, for example, if you need dialysis, for example, we give them support in terms of getting dialysis and medical aid and so on. We also have categories of giving them shelter. For example, if somebody has a house that needs to be repaired, then they can get zakat money to repair the house. And if they have land, they want to build a house, then we can provide capital for them to build a house. And in terms of education, this is where we focus a lot in terms of education, because normally what we see is we're looking at the second generation of the asnaf. We're looking at the children, how can we get the children out of the poverty? And a lot of institutional education institutions we have set up. We have got kindergartens, we have got colleges, we have got training institutions, we have even got university to help the asnaf. And finally, we have got in terms of societal development. So these different categories from 38 different schemes that we provide to help the asnaf, not only purely giving them money, we want to get them out of the poverty trap, and hopefully, inshallah, they can start paying zakat in the future.
Thank you, sir. أستاذ سلطان، كيف يتم حوكمة منظومة الزكاة في السعودية من أجل التحقق من أهلية المستحق وإنفاذ تلك المعايير بشكل دوري؟ وهذا طبعا إلى جانب ما يتم اتخاذه لرفع كفاءة هذا الإنفاق وأيضا رفع نسبة التغطية أيضا.
طيب، شكرا على هذا السؤال جميل الحقيقة. طبعا حوكمة في المملكة العربية السعودية لصرف أموال الزكاة حوكمة عالية جدا، بمعنى اليوم في جانبين، جانب من هم المستحقون لهذه الأموال، والجانب الآخر كم سيدفع لهؤلاء المستحقون. الحوكمة تمر عبر 3 وزارات، هي وزارة الموارد البشرية ووزارة الاقتصاد ووزارة المالية، وبالتشارك أيضا مع هيئة العامة للإحصاء. هناك مسح يتم كل 5 سنوات اسمه مسح دخل وإنفاق الأسر. يتم المسح على المملكة العربية السعودية بشكل كامل لتحديد توزيع الدخل على الأسر. فهناك 5 مستويات في الدخل، يتم توزيع المجتمع بشكل كامل على 5 مستويات حسب الدخل. فالمستوى الأقل دخلا اللي هو الشريحة نسميها الشريحة الأولى، هذه هي الشريحة المستحقة للزكاة، وهي التي تدخل في مصارف الزكاة التي تصرف لها. ثم يتم عرض هذه النتائج وإقرار خط الفقر، وهذا ما يسمى خط الفقر، وهذه منهجية علمية تتبع دائما في تحديد خط الفقر ونسب الفقر ومن هم الفقراء. ولذلك هذا الرقم كل 5 سنوات يتم عمل هذا المسح وتجديده بناء على المتغيرات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية وغيرها. بعد ما يعلن هذا الرقم وبعد ما يتم حساب من هم المستحقون الذين دخلهم تحت هذا الرقم كم يدفع لهم، أيضا هذا المسح يعطيك نتائج ما هي أولويات هذه الأسر في الإنفاق، ما هي الاحتياجات الأساسية، تسمى الكوست اوف بيسك نيدز، بمعنى ما هي الاحتياجات الأساسية لتضمن الحياة المناسبة للأسرة، ويتم احتساب هذا المبلغ بناء على سلة متكاملة من هذه الاحتياجات من نتائج هذا المسح الذي يتم. ولذلك بين كل مسح ومسح تتغير الأرقام، تتغير الاحتياجات بسبب تغير الأوضاع الاقتصادية والاجتماعية. هذه الحوكمة يتم اعتمادها من مجلس الوزراء، وعندما تصل هذه ال3 وزارات وهيئة الإحصاء إلى هذه الأرقام يتم عرضها على مجلس الوزراء، وهناك لجان أخرى أيضا تراجع المنهجية، تراجع هذه الأرقام، ومن ثم يتم إقرار الأرقام واعتمادها كمستوى للطبقة الأقل دخلا في المجتمع، وكذلك كمبلغ يدفع لهذه الأسر. هذه الحوكمة أيضا تراجع في بعض الأحيان نظام الضمان الاجتماعي. ذكر أن هذه ال3 وزارات والهيئة العامة للإحصاء في حال حدوث أي تغير اقتصادي طارئ يتم مراجعة هذا، ما ننتظر ال5 سنوات، لكن يتم مراجعة هذه الأرقام وتوفير الدعم. وهذا تم خلال يمكن السنتين الماضيتين. كان هناك زيادة في معاش الضمان الاجتماعي بسبب التضخم اللي حصل فترة الماضية بسبب بعض الظروف سواء اقتصادية أو سياسية أو غيرها. فهذه الحوكمة الحقيقة ساعدت على أننا فعلا نضمن حماية لهذه الفئة ونضمن توجيه أموال الزكاة بشكل صحيح إلى المستحقين ووصولها لهم بالشكل اللي يضمن لهم حياة مناسبة بإذن الله.
دكتور نور, tell us a little bit about أعطينا تفاصيل أكثر حول المنظومة الرقابية للتأكد من أهلية المستحق للزكاة في إندونيسيا، وما هي التحديات التي قد تواجهها على هذا الصعيد؟
شكرا. سؤال جميل يبين لنا 6 فرص ولنا 6 تغطيات. الفرص مرونة في التعامل. تملك المنظمات الخاصة القدرة على التكيف السريع مع احتياج المجتمع والابتكار في طرق الزكاة وتوزيعها. الثاني تشجيع التطوع. تلهم إدارة الزكاة الخاصة المجتمع زيادة الاشتراك الطوعي وبناء ثقافة قوية للإنسان. الثالث شركات مبتكرة تشمل على المنظمات الخاصة إقامة شركات مع منظمات حكومية والشركات التجارية والجماعة المحلية لبناء الحلول الابتدائية. الرابع مناهج محلية واقعية. تكون المنظمات الخاصة أقرب إلى حاجة المجتمع المحلي مما يمكنها من تطوير برامج تناسب السياق المحلي. الخامس حول الرقم التقنية.
the new technologies and the transformation that we've seen lately in the world, and we can take the whole benefits of that in the system of Zakat, and to widen our horizon in these topics. 6. The use of the manpower that we have through in the management of Zakat, and also to go through the challenges through the lack of organizations in Indonesia will be the reason of creating new sectors that can be controlling the challenges that we see.
إذن 6 فرص و6 تحديات
So we're talking about 6 challenges and 6
الأدوات
opportunities
الرقابية
about
اللي
the
بحوزتكم
digital
لضمان
transformation that you guys have
المصداقية
there
والشفافية في إنفاقكم،
shows
أيضا
the
التحقق
clarity
من
and
أهلية
the
المستفيد.
honesty
ما هي أبرز هذه
measuring
الأدوات
the
في بيت
people
الزكاة
in
عندكم؟
need. So what are the tools for that?
منذ
The launch of بيت الزكاة known that
وهي حجر الأساس
is the main
الموضوع حساس جدا ويحتاج إلى
this is a
دقة.
sensitive topic
لذلك
that
وضع
needs many
البيت
discussions.
لوائح وأنظمة
That's why we have
تضمن
put and
عملية
applied lots
الشفافية
of
والمصداقية في هذا الموضوع.
policies to
بداية
apply
هناك على
the
أكثر من
honesty
مستوى.
and the clarity of
هناك أدوات
what we
تعيد
need
المدير العام على أو
to
الرئيس
help
التنفيذي
the
على
general manager there
التأكد من صحة
to
الإجراءات
make
وهي
sure
وحدة
about the
التدقيق
honesty
المالي
and about the
وإدارة ضبط
efficiency
الجودة.
of the systems
أيضا هناك
and the
جهات
quality of
رقابية
it that we are using
مثل
there.
ديوان المحاسبة وجهاز
For
المراقبين
example, for the
الماليين
accounting
وجهاز
board
متابعة
in
الأداء
Kuwait,
الحكومي.
we've displayed
أيضا
these
هناك
numbers
لجنة منبثقة عن
to
مجلس الإدارة
evaluate
هي لجنة الرقابة
with
والتدقيق
an authority who
وكذلك
are
هي
in
الشرعية.
charge of
كل هذه اللجان
these actions.
هدفها بس
All
ضبط
these
عملية
authorities
الصرف.
and parties are
مجلس إدارة بيت
in
الزكاة
charge
ألزم
of
نفسه
taking
بإجراء
the
إضافي
steps of putting
وهو
the
مكتب تدقيق حسابات خارجي تعاقد معه يرفع تقارير ربع سنوية بالإضافة للتقرير النهائي. كل هذه لضبط عملية الصرف
to give all the information and to
وليس تشكيك أو عدم
it's
الثقة
not
في
about
الموظفين،
misconfidence or something, but it's
وإعانة
just
الإدارة
using
على
other parties
السير
to help us to find the numbers that we need.
بالنسبة للتأكد من المساعدات هناك لجان
But based on
تعمل وفق
according
لوائح
to we need to make sure about if these money were given to the people in
صرف
need.
المساعدات وتحديد المستحقين لهذه
We still have
المساعدة ضمن أوراق
those
وتعاون
levels
مع
of
جهات
giving
أخرى
the people in
مثل
need
وزارة
the
الشؤون
zakat,
الاجتماعية
which goes through
ووزارة العدل
many
ووزارة المالية
ministries, the
للتأكد
Ministry
من
of Justice,
استحقاق
Ministry of
الحالات
Labor.
دكتور قمر الزمان.
دكتور
نور just a little while ago he mentioned technology as an opportunity for
وعن الفرص فيما يخص الذكاء.
Is your organization
كيف بإمكان منظمتك بأن تكون قادرة على توزيع هذه الزكاة في ماليزيا وكيف لك بإدارتها وتوزيعها بشكل ملائم؟
Inshallah, we have used quite a lot of technology in terms of management of zakat.
قمنا باستخدام الكثير من التقنيات والتكنولوجيا مؤخرا فيما يخص الزكاة.
Anybody can go to our website. We have got calculators that they can calculate how much zakat that they have to pay, and they can pay online. If we have electronic transfer and so on. So that's the first in terms of zakat collection. They can pay online. Then once we have collected the money, then we are very transparent in terms of how much we collect and how much we spend. This is almost real time. We have what we call a dashboard where we put how much has been collected. It's only delayed by half an hour. Yeah? So we have how much is collected, how much has been spent, and what are the categories of people that are getting the zakat. So that we have, and it's open to the public. And then what we do is we are using e-wallet, electronic wallet, cashless. So we want the asnaf to be able to use technology. So we give them money for groceries, but they have to use e-wallet. By using that, we also track what they spend on. They cannot buy cigarettes, they cannot buy other things that we do not allow them. They have to buy only groceries. So by that, we can monitor what they buy. And then what we also do, which is I think something that is quite innovative in sense, because we have to understand our customer. Our customer are the asnaf. We have to understand them, have to understand the profile. Where are these people coming from? So what we have used is we have used technology. Almost everyone has got a smartphone. You think that they are poor, but everybody has got a smartphone. And everybody has got WhatsApp. Right? They use WhatsApp. So what we do is we use WhatsApp, we send them a series of 70 questions to the asnaf using a chatbot, artificial intelligence chatbot. So we send this question to them, and then they reply. Over a period of days. We are not immediate, we don't have to answer immediately, but we over a period of days, they give us answer, so we have all the data. So with the data, we can create a profile of each individual asnaf that are getting aid from us. So normally what people do is they do sampling. They do sampling, data sampling. But in our case, no. We go to each individual person, they're getting money from us. We get the data using artificial intelligence. It's all, the chatbot is speaking to them. They know there is a chatbot. We explain to them, you're talking to a computer. But very strangely enough, they're very open to talk about their needs and wants to the computer. So with that data, then we analyze using artificial intelligence. And now we have created a profile of each individual person. And we're also mapping this against what we call the United Nations Multi-Dimensional Poverty Index. We're looking at their education, looking at nutrition, looking at the societal needs. So that is a sense of using technology to leverage, understanding your customer, understanding the asnaf, and also providing them payment via electronic means, getting data on how they spend, and so on. And I think people are much more comfortable with technology now. I was very surprised, but they're very comfortable. That's what we're doing.
So, أستاذ سلطان، والحديث عن دور العلاقة الرقمية كما تفضل أستاذ قمر الزمان، نعرف أنه بالمملكة التحول الرقمي يعني هناك اهتمام كبير في هذا الشأن وتطويره في جميع القطاعات، وبالتالي في القطاع الزكوي التحول الرقمي التكنولوجيا ما الدور الذي يمكن أن تلعبه؟
طبعا هي على ثلاثة مراحل.
Let's talk about this in three different topics. The first panel is the registration and to make sure about how easy for the beneficiary to use the Zakat platform. So we have cooperation between 18 sectors to measure the need of all the beneficiaries. So this is made electronically, and the authentication and to make sure of who are the right person to receive this zakat. The third pillar, which is the most important one, is
مجال كبير اليوم للابتكار والخروج بأفكار متميزة رقمية تساعد الأسر على زيادة وتحسين دخلها وحتى تحسين حياتها المعيشية. اليوم الحمد لله مع التحول الرقمي ومع السوق الإلكترونية الموجودة تستطيع الأسر الحصول على أي نشاط والحصول على دخل من خلال حتى العمل في البيت ويتبع ذلك تشريعات نمط العمل الحر العمل عن بعد أنماط العمل مختلفة تستطيع الأسر أنها تعمل وتحصل على دخل سواء كان امرأة رجل حتى من ذوي الإعاقة وغيرهم. أصبح اليوم يستطيع أن يصل إلى دخل مناسب رقميا يساعد. ما يسمى بعيادات التمكين. عيادات التمكين هي مفهوم لإدارة الحالة الكيس مانجمنت بحيث أنه الأسرة بشكل كامل يتم دراسة حالتها وتحديد التدخلات المناسبة لها بشكل إلكتروني كامل، ونتفق إحنا والأسرة على نموذج للتدخلات اللي تساعد في تحسين وضع الأسرة، ثم يبدأ متابعتها إلكترونيا، وتصبح الأسرة هي من يدخل البيانات ويتم متابعة تقدم أدائها إلكترونيا، والتصعيد في حال الأسرة أصبحت في حاجة أو في كربة معينة أيضا يتم التصعيد لنا الوزارة بشكل إلكتروني إنه والله هناك دخل كان موجود والدخل هذا انتقل الآن، أو هناك شخص كان ينفق على هذه الأسرة وأصبح اليوم غير موجود، إما مسجون أو انقطع أو مسافر أو فهناك تحصل تدخلات استباقية عن طريق التحذيرات اللي يرسلها النظام الإلكتروني، ونستطيع بإذن الله الوصول إلى الأسر المحتاجة بشكل أسرع وأدق.
لدينا دقيقة باقية، وأستاذ ماجد لربما السؤال الأخير أوجهه لك. أهمية الشراكات الدولية على صعيد المبادرات الزكوية، ماذا يمثل لكم هذا العامل؟
خلني أقول شغلة بالنسبة
Let me tell you something
الشراكات وتنفيذ
about the
المشاريع.
cooperation and the
أنا باعتقادي
projects.
أن جمع المال
I believe
ليس أهم
money
نقطة في موضوع
collection is not the most important point here.
النقطة
in our
الأهم
topic.
كيف تنفق المال
It's
اللي
about how
جمعته،
to spend the money
كيف
that
تختار
you've
المشاريع
collected and
والبرامج
what projects and
وتنفق
programs
فيها هذه الأموال اللي
that you
جمعتها.
see and spend all the money
النقطة
that you
الأهم
have collected.
كيف
and the most
تكتب
important
التقارير المالية
point
والإدارية اللي
how
تعكس
to write these
للمشروع اللي
documents and these
ونقطة أخيرة أهم
letters
وأعتقد أنها
and the
تنقص
last point
كثير من الجهات،
that most
وكيف
of
تقيس
the
الأثر
authorities
للمشروع اللي
that have a lack of it.
نفذته.
It's
كثر حليت من المشكلة.
evaluating the
هل
project
منه فايدة
that
ولا ما
you
منه
have
فايدة
done.
المشروع اللي سويته؟
Maybe it's a
ولا مشروع
useless
مكرر
for
كل سنة
them or
تسويه
something
وهو نفس
that
الموضوع
can
ولا
be
تقيس الأثر ولا
done
تدري
many times.
كيف نفذته. بالنسبة للشراكات أنا أعتقد
Based on the cooperation.
مهما على وكبرت أي منظمة أو جهة، لو قامت بالشراكة مع جهة أخرى راح يكون عملها
If the company or the authority
مهما كانت عندك
or the
إمكانيات
sector
لابد أنك تحتاج غيرك
cooperate with other maybe if they don't need a
احنا سوينا
cooperation
مشاريع في بيت الزكاة
one day they will need a
داخلية
cooperation of other
وعلى مستوى الخليج
experiences
وعلى
and
مستوى
expertise to exchange
داخلية
all
كون
the
احنا مؤسسة
experiences
الزكاة لسنا
between
متخصصين في
them.
موضوع مثلا الصحة.
For example, we have a program specialized in the public health in بيت الزكاة.
صندوق إعانة
So
المرضى.
we will have a cooperation
تعرض لنا
with
الحالات
the
اللي
Ministry
تستحق
of
العلاج
Health
ولا
and we've
تستحق
displayed
العلاج.
all the
هناك
patients
شراكة مع
and the
جامعة
cases of
وكذلك مع وزارة
illness that
التربية.
need an
كذلك شراكة
urgent
مع
help.
وزارة الشؤون الاجتماعية
And also there
والرعاية.
was a cooperation
هذا على المستوى
between us and the
من ضمن المشاريع اللي
Ministry of
سويناها
Labor
داخل
and one
الكويت
of
هو
the
مشروع كان مميز
project
جدا.
which was a remarkable project is
يضم أكاديميين ودكاترة
that collect
وزارة الصحة ومشروع
academics
اسمه
and
أبي أتعلم أو أريد أن أتعلم.
doctors from the Ministry
هذا
of
فكرة
Health.
المشروع هذه كانت
And the idea of this project
الطلبة الذين يعانون من
was
أمراض مزمنة
from students who has
تجبرهم على الإقامة داخل
diseases
المستشفى
that
مثل
made
الكسور
them
وأمراض
live
الدم
in the hospital all the time. So this idea was made by them.
فيظل الطفل والطالب داخل المستشفى منقطع عن الدراسة حتى لا ينقطع.
So the kid inside the hospital will be away from
خصصنا
hospital.
مدرسين وفصول دراسية داخل المستشفيات.
We created classrooms inside of a
متابعة الطالب
hospital
وتدريسه
to
بالإضافة إلى
give
برامج
them the lectures and to give
وهذه
them all the lessons that
حقيقة
we need.
أخذنا فائدتين من هذا
And
المشروع.
that program gave us
الأول
two
أن الطالب
benefits.
منقطع عن
First of all,
الدراسة.
that the student did
الأمر
not
الآخر
stop schooling, and the second
أشغلنا
thing
الطالب
is
عن التفكير في
we've
المرض
made that
وأجواء المستشفى ومنقذ المستشفى كانت استجابة العلاج
thinking
يعني
about
أسرع.
the costs of
هذا بالنسبة للشراكات في داخل
الكويت. This is an
بالنسبة
example of the
للشراكات
cooperation in
على
Kuwait in
المستوى
a successful
الخليجي عندنا لجنة الزكاة أو أجهزة المسؤولة عن الزكاة نتبادل فيها الخبرات.
Also we exchange
هناك زيارات
experiences
بين
and
دول الخليج.
information that
كذلك عندنا شراكات
also we have
مع
a
البنك
cooperation
الإسلامي
among
للتنمية
the Gulf
على
countries as well.
المستوى
On a high
الدولي.
level,
عندنا
and
شراكات
also
عديدة
we have a
أهمها
cooperation
كان مع
and
المفوضية السامية للشؤون
partnership in an international level as well.
نفذنا معهم مشاريع كانت
We've
فعلا
done
مميزة
many projects that are
مثل ما
considered
حصل
to be
في مثلا
remarkable as well.
أفغانستان عندما
For
منعوا
example,
تعليم
in
المرأة.
Afghanistan, about the violence against women, we
كانت
have
هناك
helped.
اتفاقية
We
بيننا
have
وبين
helped
المفوضية
them
الإسلامية
in
لإنشاء
many
برامج
cases, and
تدريبية وتدريس
also
للمرأة
we
داخل
created
أفغانستان.
an academies there
فالمفوضية تمتلك
to
إمكانيات
train
كونها تبع
people and to
الأمم
give them the
المتحدة
idea of
عقدت
the treatment of ladies there in
مفاوضات مع
Afghanistan.
الجانب الأفغاني فسمحوا لهم
So
إقامة
we
مدارس
had
تعلم فيها المدرسة
had a
وتعرف
permission
أهمية
to
التعليم
start these
بالنسبة للمرأة كونها
training
هي
sessions,
المدرسة الأولى
and
في البيت.
these academies
فالشراكات
there in
مهمة
Afghanistan.
جدا.
So I believe
تعطيك قوة إلى
partnership and
قوتك.
cooperation is so important.
هذا كل ما لدينا من وقت. للأسف أنا أشكركم جزيل الشكر للسادة المتحدثين. شكرا جزيلا لكم على حضوركم والسادة الحضور. شكرا جزيلا لحسن استماعكم.
Thank you so much.
شكرا للزميل ناصر الطيبي ولكل ضيوفه في هذه الندوة الحوارية وتقديم نظرة شاملة حول أسس الزكاة وأهميتها وأهدافها كذلك. الحضور الكرام، إن الامتثال الضريبي لبنة أساسية تبنى عليها اقتصادات قوية ومستدامة. نبحث معكم عن سبل تعزيزها من خلال الجلسة الحوارية القادمة والرابعة هذا اليوم، التي تأتي بعنوان تعزيز الالتزام الضريبي عبر دراسة وتحليل السلوكيات. تديرها الزميلة لارا حبيب بمشاركة كل من المهندس عبد الله بن أحمد الفنتوخ نائب المحافظ للاستراتيجية وتيسير التجارة في هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك بالمملكة العربية السعودية، الأستاذ براين بويل وكيل مساعد في هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك في جمهورية إيرلندا، والأستاذ يولاي يانغ نائب المفوض في إدارة الضرائب الوطنية بجمهورية الصين، والأستاذ جوناثان كافر الخبير الاقتصادي في البنك الدولي. فليتفضلوا مشكورين. وقتا ممتعا.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to welcome you all to this panel on enhancing taxpayer compliance through understanding behavior. Countries around the world, they rely on the voluntary compliance of taxpayers to raise hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue each year. Even small positive shifts in taxpayer behavior can lead to significant increases in revenue. In this context, tax administration are increasingly applying principles from behavioral science, including psychology, neuroscience, and behavioral economics to better understand how individuals process information and react. The knowledge is helping to improve tax compliance. According to a recent survey by the OECD Forum on Tax Administration, FTA, 73% of respondents confirmed that behavioral insights are part of their organization strategy. Overall, about 1/3 of FTA members are actively utilizing these insights. So today, our esteemed panelists will discuss the key drivers of tax morale. We will hear real-world examples of how these behavioral principles have successfully boosted compliance, while also addressing the ethical implications regarding taxpayer autonomy and the potential for manipulation. So in a nutshell, we are discussing the psychology of taxes. Please join me in welcoming our speakers. So I will ask some questions in Arabic. I will address questions to you, Mr. Abdallah. Let me start with you. I will address it in Arabic, and also I will address the questions to Mr. Yao in English, but he will answer in Chinese, so if you want to use the headsets. So سيد عبد الله دعني أبدأ هذا الحوار معك ونحن نعرف بأنه هيئة الزكاة بدأت باختبار العلوم السلوكية في الهيئة. ماذا تخبرنا عن هذه التجربة؟
started to apply the behavior.
على سؤالك
authority
أنا فعلا الحقيقة مرينا بتجربة تطبيق
we have this experience of the applying of behaviors. It's the application of the behavioral economics and the psychological aspect. The two aspects can help us to identify the drivers behind and the motives behind the decisions made by individual. And we have two parallel themes or tracks, the strategy and policies and the execution and implementation. For the foundation and the planning, we were so keen to know for sure creating this function will have its positive impact on the authority, supporting its strategic goals to enhance the user experience and regarding the long-term compliance. And they have found out that having this kind of function can achieve such goals. Then we come to explore the benchmarking and to build on the latest knowledge in this domain. Unfortunately, we didn't find much of such knowledge, and this is what we did domestically to work on to create a white paper on this behavior in Arabic and English bilingual one to be published to enrich the Arabic content and the English content, and to urge and to encourage the other jurisdictions to share their experience in this regard. We come to the application and implementation and execution by creating a team from experts in behavior science, in customs and tax, in communication and marketing. And we did develop a roadmap for about 25 use cases, and we have selected only 50 to be applied at the first the pilot stage, because it has a huge impact on the our strategy and enhancing user experience. Then we start with the design phase. This is in a nutshell how we did phase the first pilot stage. So what are the most successful experience? One of the remarkable experience was to enhance the user experience. We have some taxpayers who are default in providing tax returns. So we use capabilities, which is the ability to the opportunity and the motivation. We try to study the behavior of the taxpayers, why they are in default, and we did some kind of brainstorming and scenarios, and to understand the behavior. It's a very complex matter, so it takes a lot of it took a lot of time and effort to understand the motives and the motivation to measure the impact, the success of the impact. We create two groups for the groups who are in default to provide the tax returns, which is the Fox group. The other group, those who are not timely, the reference group, business as usual. We applied the long messages and the promotional campaigns, and for the focused group, we approached and we made the comparison. For those who we made behavioral intervention, they were more responsive by 18% for the reference group, and this is what encouraged us and motivated us. And I think the this is encourage us to increase behavioral intervention. Have you seen any challenges in this regard? This project is considered a remarkable and unique one, and for the lack of expertise and experience and needs a lot of investment, and the behavioral analysis is not an easy one. Because measuring the motives or identifying them was, so we tried, we failed, we made some errors until we have identified the early intervention, which have achieved some.
I called you Brian the first time. I'm correcting it now.
Mr. Brian.
So I know that Ireland has been experiencing with behavioral science in its tax system for so many years. What can you tell us about that? What worked, what didn't?
Shukran, Laura. Masa al-Khairi.
Masa
Thank
al-Noor.
you, the Zakat administration, for their wonderful hospitality and the wonderful organization of this event. Irish Tax and Customs, we're an integrated organization. Customs, VAT, excises, a very wide range of tax, ranging from those that impact on large corporates down to those that impact on personal individuals. And that's an important point to make, because the strategies and the tactics that we used behaviorally are obviously quite different in those cohorts. I would say that primarily our stance as an organization is geared at a behavioral impact, in that we market and brand ourselves as a service organization, and one that our core strategy is to maximize the compliance. And that's quite different, because historically we might have seen ourselves as a law enforcement agency. Although again, as your esteemed minister spoke this morning, we don't forget that there are bad actors out there, but we do recognize that the majority, for different reasons, large corporates, it's largely for reputational reasons. Private individuals, it's a mixture of duty, patriotism, and sometimes a sense of fear that we might catch them. So we have invested hugely in research, first of all, and surveys, focus groups with our taxpayer base to understand what they say is their motivation. And we have standing liaison arrangements with practitioner bodies such as the accountancy professions, tax advisors, and the law professions, and on the customs side with trade and expediters. And we ask them very straight up, what is it that influences you? And what we learn from that is that, for the most part, leaving bad actors aside, tax non-compliance results from a failure to understand the rules, from a failure to understand where we are coming from as an organization. And so for that reason, a lot of our behavioral motivational experiments have been in openness, transparency, and especially sharing the information we have on taxpayers with them. So that, if I can give you an example briefly, we have a lot of third-party data that comes from different sources, including, and as all administrations around the world, we now have very valuable AEOI data. But domestically, the example I will take, because we have many different use cases, is with our farming population. And the farming population receives grants from the Ministry of Agriculture, but this is taxable income. So a little bit like Mr. Abdullah spoke about, we run experiments with a control group and a focus group. With our farmers, we wrote to 20,000 of them to tell them that we had this information. That's all we told them, but we expect you to return it. With a control group of 5,000, we did not. What was absolutely fascinating was that of the treatment group, the vast majority not only returned that income that we told them about, which is not surprising, but 80% of them returned a significant increase on their other income in the year in question. And there was no such evidence from the control group. So what that told us was that having a direct message from the tax administration that says, we have information about you and we are interested in you, and that's sent in the form of personalized messaging, was hugely powerful, way beyond the very specific piece of data that we wish to share. So it works in terms of, I think, I could almost refer to it as love attention from the tax administration. When we deal with large corporates, again, it's very, very different, but we have, and as indeed I know many administrations have, cooperative compliance frameworks where we work directly with the senior leaders in large corporates to encourage them to put tax compliance on talking to the senior leadership, not just the in-house tax people. And again, it is that sense that we're working with them, that we're focused on them, and that we're paying attention to them that is driving the compliance.
One more question, but I need a brief answer, please. Is the approach different when we are dealing with individuals versus corporates?
Yes, it's a very, very different mentality and framework. When we deal with corporates, as I say, we really do try to influence the board, the senior leadership team. Typically, they either have in-house tax advice or perhaps Big Four type tax advice. So we need to target those people as part of our outreach, as part of our campaigns, and that's why I say we have invested a lot in direct liaison with the tax advisor community. We focus when we talk to the boards of big corporations on their own reputation, the potential for reputational damage, but also on the potential value to smoothness of trade, to certainty from working directly with the tax administration. With individuals, it's quite different because it's a essentially mass market campaign. But again, we have been able to target cohorts of individuals, those with home rental income, those with, as I mentioned, the agriculture income, various other subsets of income. And again, for them, I think it is the sense that the tax administration is actually aware of you as an individual, which is something that many people perhaps, because especially when you think your only tax is a payroll tax, you don't contact the tax administration. So direct contact. Our national symbol, the harp, goes on all our envelopes. And people say that when they actually get written communication, even in this digital age, in a brown envelope with a harp on the outside of it, it has a significant psychological impact on how they respond to that. So the strategies are very different and we tailor them. And again, we have a team of economists and data scientists who are part of my division in the organization, whose role it is to design these strategies and tailor them to the different subcomponents of the taxpayer base.
Thank you. Jonathan, I move to you. We've heard successful examples in implementing behavioral science in Ireland and in Saudi Arabia. So my question to you, where are the successful examples globally that we can look at?
Well, thank you very much, Lara, and thank you very much to the organizers. This is a very impressive conference and the hospitality has been incredible. So many thanks to Zakat for inviting me. I think that the experience, at least from my viewpoint, from the World Bank, so I'm with the behavioral science team and we've been supporting revenue administrations over the past 10 years to incorporate behavioral science in many different ways to improve compliance. And I think what we have found is that context is the most important element of how these types of approaches can be effective and why they're effective. And I think there's something important to be said about the role of different types of nudges, those that are more positively framed versus those that are more punitive. Those are very much based on the context in which we're operating, the context in which these experiments are happening. I think even within a country, that context is relevant. So for some taxpayers, enforcement-based messaging versus more positively framed messaging might be more effective or might be more appropriate. And there's an ethical concern here, which we can discuss later. But what we've learned through our own work is that these simple experimental interventions, which we could simplify to call nudges, can be incredibly effective at improving many different types of compliant behaviors. So we have work at the bank across all regions of the world, working with low-income, middle-income, and high-income countries. And what we find is that the most important element of behavioral insights for improved tax compliance, when we're thinking about very specific behaviors like filing on time or filing at all, is the simple fact that taxpayers tend to lack this attention factor. And so just sending them a reminder in the absence of having any type of information coming from the tax authority can be a really positive, can have a positive impact and can be a very positive improvement over the business as usual. I think there's quite a bit that's been written in the literature about this, and our work, I think, is consistent with the literature, but given that we've taken much deeper dives in the context in which we've worked, we've been able to identify how certain elements of behavioral science are more effective in some areas than in others. So there's a very good meta-analysis that was conducted, it was recently published, that studied or looked at 75 different randomized controlled trials. And what they found was that there was a significant, albeit small, impact of reminders across all of these countries, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 2 percentage point increase in compliant behaviors. And then if you look at the additional impact of using positively framed, more tax morale language versus enforcement framed language, you find that on average the effects of the added enforcement language tends to be slightly more effective than the tax morale language.
And Jonathan, what happens when we add to all of this AI and technology? I'm sure there are a lot of applications and more probably personalized applications that we can use to increase tax compliance. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, I think I personally and the projects that I've been involved in haven't used AI in a meaningful way, but my unit actually works a lot with AI, especially using chatbots and different tools to facilitate the engagement between the public sector and beneficiaries of the population as a whole. I think the tax administrations can benefit a lot from AI, particularly in terms of how they can improve voluntary compliance. So I think the way that we at the bank think about compliance is that it's a function of 3 generalized factors. One is enforcement, which is the credibility that an action will be taken against you if you don't comply. The other one is facilitation, which is how easy it is to comply with your obligations. And then finally, trust or tax morale. And I think that chat functions and different AI functions can really serve to improve this facilitation element. So how can tax administrations use their resources more effectively to facilitate compliance among taxpayers, to provide the sense, as Brian said, to give this impression to the taxpayer that there is a service-oriented approach, and facilitating compliance is very much supportive of that service-oriented approach. And so this type of use of AI can be really effective to facilitate compliance. However, it can also be used to facilitate enforcement, and a lot of enforcement techniques in many of the countries where we've operated are very subject to individual tax officer biases, whether these are auditors or tax officials. So what AI allows is for tax authorities to have a very consistent, standardized approach on how to identify risk and how to treat that risk. And so I think one area that would be really useful to consider using AI is thinking about profiling taxpayers based on historical data, using AI tools, and then testing messages that are tailored to those clusters of taxpayers based on what you see in their historical behavior. And this can bring in that nudge technique very effectively.
Thank you, Jonathan. Let's hear from China. Mr. Yao, I know that China is using a lot AI and data analytics in its tax regime. You have an income tax app and you're using also data. So what can you tell us about that?
非常高兴啊，参加今天的天课税务海关的会议啊，这也是我第一次应邀参加这样的会议。应该说，从上午到下午参加一系列的活动啊，非常受益啊，收获很大。所以说，我想借这个机会啊，也是代表中国国家税务总局啊，
أريد أن أنتهز هذه الفرصة أهنئكم على عقد هذا المؤتمر، وأتوجه بالشكر إلى هيئة الزكاة في المملكة العربية السعودية على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر. أعود مرة أخرى إلى السؤال. الصين لديها الملايين من المكلفين ومعظمهم من الطبقة المتوسطة، وأيضا هناك من الشركات ومن الأفراد. نحن نواجه هذا التحدي، فإن إدارات الضرائب عززت من الامتثال الضريبي وحسنت من الكفاءة، وأيضا عززت من الشفافية واستخدام التقنية من خلال استخدام معايير موحدة للامتثال الضرائب، وتفاعلت أيضا مع الجهات ذات العلاقة لتحسين هذه التجربة بالنسبة للمكلفين. إن تحسين الامتثال للمكلفين، نحن نقوم بتبسيط الأنظمة واللوائح من خلال وأيضا نتواصل مع المكلفين من خلال قنوات مختلفة، سواء من خلال تطبيقات الهواتف الذكية أو غيرها من القنوات الأخرى. ثانيا، نحن طورنا الهوية الرقمية للمكلفين، وأيضا قمنا بتطوير قانون حماية البيانات وقانون نظام الأمن السيبراني، ووفرنا هوية رقمية متميزة لجميع المكلفين. وأيضا بالنسبة لإدارات الضرائب، في واقع الأمر نحن شكلنا بصفة عامة منصة للمكلفين، كنا نقوم بإرسال رسائل تذكرة بالنسبة للذين كانوا يتقاعسون عن إرسال الإقرار الضريبي، وأيضا كنا نتدخل في دراسة العلوم السلوكية بالنسبة للمكلفين لنقف على الأفراد الذين يتقاعسون عن تقديم هذه الإقرارات. وطورنا أيضا مكتب موحد على المستوى الوطني لإرسال هذه الرسائل، وأيضا كنا نستخدم وسائل التقنية الحديثة للمساعدة في رفع الإقرارات الضريبية. وقمنا بإدماج التقنية المتقدمة بفعالية عالية، وأيضا طورنا أيضا خدمات تقنية تساعد في تسهيل رفع الإقرارات الضريبية. بعد ذلك قمنا بتنفيذ في هذا الشهر قمنا بتوفير هذه الخدمات على مدار 24 ساعة. أشرنا إلى فكرة الهوية الرقمية، وقمنا بتطوير وأتمتت هذا النظام، نظام الامتثال الضريبي، وقمنا بتطوير سياسات الضرائب التي ساعدت الشركات والأفراد على الامتثال، وحسنا عملية التحصيل ورفع كفاءتها وتعزيز شفافية الضرائب. ووفرنا أيضا استشارات إلكترونية من خلال قنوات مختلفة، من خلال تطبيقات وقنوات مختلفة. هذا لضمان الشفافية للأنظمة والضوابط واللوائح المتعلقة بالامتثال الضريبي. وأيضا قمنا بتحسين هذه السياسات. منذ هذا العام نحن قمنا بتسهيل السياسات ونشر الوعي لزيادة عملية الامتثال بين ملايين المكلفين. ثانيا قمنا بنشر المعلومات لتقييم متعدد الأبعاد، وقمنا بصياغة عملية مؤشرات لعملية التقويم. بالإضافة إلى هذا الأمر قمنا تقسيم المكلفين إلى خمسة فئات بالنسبة للخدمات المقدمة. دائما العلم يلعب دور كبير فيما يتعلق بهذا الجانب. سواء هل يمكن أن
How do you make sure that these guidelines are designed in a sound and fair way?
这主要是我们理解啊，因为咱们语言不同，我理解是一个纳税服务的问题。在这个服务企业啊这些理念上，我们始终是坚持以纳税人为中心的，就是基于这个纳税人的满意，然后满足他们的这个个性化的诉求，最后呢，它就是。
أيضا نبدأ هنا بالتعرف على احتياج المكلف ونحاول الوصول إلى رضا المكلفين ولحملهم على الامتثال. خدمات حملات توعوية حسنا أيضا سعينا إلى تحسين امتثال الشركات وطورنا أيضا آلية وقمنا بإنشاء عملية التحليل للإشعارات والحصول على التغذية الراجعة وعملية التقييم. فيما يتعلق بالخدمات نحن التزمنا بتنفيذ سياسات قائمة على الفئات المختلفة تلبي احتياجات الفئات المختلفة. على سبيل المثال بالتعاون مع الجهات التنظيمية المالية والبنك المركزي قمنا بتقديم مبادرات وخدمات تهدف إلى معالجة الصعوبات المتعلقة بالشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة ومتناهية الصغر. وبالنسبة للمجموعات الخاصة أدخلنا العديد من التدابير والإجراءات التي تذلل لهم جميع العقبات. نحن قمنا بفتح قنوات بالنسبة لأصحاب الهمم من أصحاب الشركات. ومثال آخر قمنا بتدشين هذه الخدمات بطريقة مبتكرة وأيضا قدمنا خدمات وهذه لتحسين الجودة والفعالية في جميع القطاعات. فيما يتعلق بالخدمات كنا نركز على نهج مبتكر وهذا الأمر يتماشى مع القواعد الدولية المطبقة في هذا الصدد.
Thank you, Mr. Yao. Unfortunately, our time is up. I'm sure there's a lot of things still to discuss about this topic, but our time is up. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
شكرا جزيلا على مشاركة هذه الأفكار والمرئيات معنا اليوم، وشكرا جزيلا على حسن الاستماع والإصغاء. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا لضيوفنا. على هذه الجلسة الشيقة، والشكر ممتد لمحاورة حوارات هادفة وسلوكيات بناءة في تعزيز الامتثال الضريبي. نستكمل حديثنا مع كلمة تلقيها الأستاذة منال كورين، مدير مركز السياسات والإدارة الضريبية في منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية، حول التعاون الضريبي الدولي وكيفية الوصول إلى نتائج متوازنة تخدم المصالح المشتركة. فلتتفضل مشكورة.
The floor is yours.
Hello, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Assalamu alaikum. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to be here today, and thank you very much to our hosts, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in particular the Minister of Finance and Governor of the Zakat Tax and Customs Authority, for organizing such a timely conference with so many interesting and critical panels. So I have the privilege today of sharing insights on achieving balanced outcomes in international tax cooperation. And while there is no one-size-fits-all solution, I will outline some key principles and strategies that I believe have proven effective across diverse contexts, and also share tax policy and administration in serving the global tax community as it confronts significant changes. With the extended focus that we've seen on the two-pillar solution to address the tax challenges from the digitalization of the economy, it can be easy sometimes to overlook the amount of effort that has already been invested and in the depth of progress that's already been achieved overall on the international tax agenda. So I'd like to begin by acknowledging the support of Saudi Arabia and others in the region in successfully delivering significant positive change along with the 147 member jurisdictions in the inclusive framework on base erosion and profit shifting. Future efforts must build on these successes while learning from the lessons that they offer. Taking stock of where we are today helps to measure impact and adapt to discussions of the OECD's future work. An important part of this journey has involved many of the jurisdictions represented in this room. The Gulf Cooperation Council countries and the Arabic-speaking jurisdictions in the region now form an integral part of the OECD's work streams, both in the inclusive framework and in the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes. And they've made tremendous strides in establishing themselves in the forefront of tax cooperation amongst international peers. For example, all of the GCC jurisdictions are members of the inclusive framework and have committed to the two-pillar solution alongside other Arabic-speaking countries in the region, including Egypt and Jordan. On a GCC level, Saudi Arabia has actively and constructively engaged in global tax initiatives for the past several years. It's an active member of the Inclusive Framework, the Global Forum, the Forum on Tax Administration. Saudi Arabia is also a signatory of the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters and a signatory to the country-by-country Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement. Additionally, like other countries in the region, Saudi Arabia joined the October 21 agreement on the two-pillar solution, as well as the subsequent outcome statement released in July of 23. Most of the countries in the region have joined the BEPS Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, so the BEPS MLI, and used it to implement the BEPS-related treaty anti-abuse provisions in the minimum standards. But importantly, your active engagement in the OECD work streams and initiatives to foster cooperation on international rules and standards has offered opportunities to recognize the further enabled the OECD's commitment to inclusivity. So for example, as a result of your engagement, the obligatory Zakat taxes collected by a state have been recognized as covered taxes for purposes of applying the 15% global minimum tax framework under Pillar 2. Zakat also has been included in the subject to tax rule computation. These inclusions, made possible as a result of the leadership and active engagement of Saudi Arabia and others in the region, ensure that jurisdictions in which zakat is an integral part of the tax system are recognized, accommodated, and treated equitably under international tax rules. I'm confident that the journey will continue, with jurisdictions in the region continuing to take a leadership role in international tax discussions and making an impact on the global stage. So as we reflect on the achievements to date, it is also important to acknowledge that achieving consensus on international rules and standards, developing new policies, and working toward implementation of those policies is hard work, as all of you know who have been at this for quite some time now. That is why the OECD is very focused on fostering a partnership mindset with jurisdictions working collaboratively to achieve the ambitious and transformative goals set out in our consensus-based work. Together, we can turn shared commitments into impactful outcomes and concrete solutions. It is with this in mind that we dedicate significant time and effort to capacity building and enablement with our inclusive framework members, recognizing that technical assistance and training are essential to successfully implementing changes that require both political buy-in as well as technical expertise. We continue to increase the number and breadth of our capacity building tools, such as bespoke, country-tailored programs, webinars, regional engagement, in-country workshops, and e-learning modules. Importantly, this includes investing in our Arabic language resources, such as the availability of Arabic e-learning modules on the OECD knowledge sharing platform and the delivery of face-to-face workshops in Arabic in order to respond to the existing need and support jurisdictions in effectively applying OECD tax frameworks. That same effort will apply more broadly, looking to other jurisdictions and other languages to increase the accessibility of the work. Through the inclusive framework, we have vigorously sought to engage jurisdictions from around the world across the full breadth of our work, including standard setting, cooperation frameworks, tax administration, and tax policy and statistical work. International cooperation on tax matters has already delivered substantial benefits. For example, enhanced tax transparency has increased the information that is available to tax authorities, enabling more effective enforcement of tax laws. Transparency also reduces illicit financial flows and has been key to ending bank secrecy. The benefits are tangible. Additional revenues collected benefit the public through greater financial leeway for governments to enact domestic social programs. Transparency also increases tax morale, as we heard discussed in the prior panel, contributes to greater trust in the system, and ultimately contributes to long-term stability and growth. In contrast, the absence of effective cooperation can be very costly. Without consensus-based multilateral instruments, governments would need to rely solely on unilateral domestic measures, which can be neutralized by the unilateral actions of competing jurisdictions, or engage in extensive bilateral negotiations, which can be costly and often lead to inconsistent outcomes. Our experience has shown that a consensus-based system fosters inclusivity, ensures concrete and effective outcomes, and secures certainty and long-term stability for both governments and taxpayers. Looking ahead, the inclusive framework members will have the opportunity to agree on future priorities for inclusive collaboration to address pressing needs that are best served through cooperative engagement. As we've engaged with inclusive framework members individually and in various fora, several areas of interest for potential future work have emerged, including addressing the role of tax and inequality, global mobility, effective tax administration, as well as simplification. We will, of course, also continue working on BEPS implementation and explore other important topics of interest to a wide segment of the inclusive framework members, such as the implications and role of tax on the topics of climate and AI. We look forward to the next inclusive framework plenary meeting in April of 2025, which will be hosted by South Africa, during which members can agree a future agenda and set in motion operational improvements to address prior challenges and ensure a fully inclusive experience on the platform. In closing, I just want to reiterate that effective international cooperation in tax matters, while especially challenging in an increasingly polarized geopolitical environment, is absolutely essential to relieve growing fiscal pressures and to secure financing to meet domestic and international policy objectives. We must work together to meet the moment. Thank you very much.
جزيلا
Thank
للأستاذة منال
you so
كوريون على
much,
ما قدمته من
Mrs. Manal
معلومات
Korean,
ثرية
for
وإضافات
this important speech
أيها
that
الحفل
added
الكريم ننتقل الآن إلى الجلسة
to our
الحوارية
panel.
الخامسة.
Now we will
هذا اليوم
move
تحت
to
عنوان
the
بحث
fifth
سبل التطبيق الفعال للاتفاقيات الضريبية
discussion
متعددة
about the
الأطراف
impact
والتي
about
تهدف إلى
appliances
تسليط الضوء
of
على أبرز
strategic
الاستراتيجيات
agreement
والتجارب
that has
العلمية
a
لضمان
third
تطبيق
party,
ناجح
and also to ensure that the appliance of this strategy will be applied, and also the moderator will be Rebecca McCullin, and also Rafi Garwal, the Vice President of the Board Tax in India, and also Rafael Rosso, the shareholder of Shumenti Company, and also Carlos Proto, the Relation Manager of International Tax Economy, and also Manal Corwin.
للانضمام إلينا على المنصة فليتفضلوا مشكورين.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's my very great pleasure to be your moderator for this esteemed panel discussion as we drill down into the most effective ways to implement MTAs or multilateral tax agreements. I have a distinguished panel of guests who hold all the answers to the questions that I shall pose. But we know that these MTAs are critical in today and tomorrow's world, not least when it comes to ensuring tax compliance, but also avoiding double taxation, and of course, addressing such important issues as Manal was saying in her keynote speech there when it comes to BEPS, so base erosion and profit shifting. How best do we do it? The OECD certainly has some answers. It certainly has superb frameworks from which we are all learning and countries are implementing, along with the IMF and the UN, of course, who continue to support developing nations, not only guiding them on policy, but of course, when it comes to the rapid advancement of technology, how can we adopt and adapt quickly? So with all this in mind, and given the different nationalities on stage, we will also be addressing how we have a global, unified perspective, whilst also recognizing our own national, domestic needs economically, fiscally, and politically. But enough from me. Let's get down to business. Let me introduce you again to my superb guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to say that to my left is Ravi Agarwal, and he is the chairman of the Central Board of Direct Taxes for India. It's wonderful to see you, sir. Thank you for being here in Riyadh. Next, I'm delighted to say that we have Carlos Proto. He is the Director of International Tax Relations at Argentina's Ministry for Economy. A very warm welcome to you. As you've just heard from the esteemed Manal Corbin, the Director of the Center for Tax Policy and Administration at the OECD. Lovely to see you, Manal. And by no means least, we have Raffaello Russo, a partner at Chiumenti. Thank you very much for being here too in Saudi. Ravi, let me address my first question to you, if I may. paint a picture for us of the current situation in India, but specifically when it comes to specific strategies or indeed technologies that you have implemented to really enhance compliance. What has been the most effective?
Thank you. First of all, let me thank Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for having invited us to this conference and giving us an opportunity to share our thoughts and views on the issue of the subject. Well, as we know that multilateral agreements such as MLI and MAC have emerged as transformative tools in addressing cross-border taxation, base erosion and profit shifting, and in fostering tax transparency. And I may say that India has actually embraced these frameworks by integrating global standards into our domestic tax systems. Specifically, if I may say, under MAC, India has expanded its information exchange network to include 100 jurisdictions. And the Common Reporting Standards framework has been instrumental, in fact, in uncovering undisclosed offshore accounts and enhancing compliance. Now, coming to the technology side, we have actually introduced technology and have implemented it in 3 segments. There are 3 broad limbs to it. One is end-to-end capturing of the information that ought to be reported outbound from outside India to other jurisdictions, right from the reporting agencies, the data sharing, the sanctity of the data. It's all an automated sort of a system wherein the system flags whether there are errors in the data, and in case there are errors, a timely flag is raised to the reporting agencies within 2 hours of getting the data. And therefore, as a result of this, we have been data that we are sanitized and it's to the jurisdictions. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is the data that we get back from the jurisdictions, CRS data, that is also being disseminated and made available for enforcement purposes. So therefore, it's basically closing a loop. So far as outbound data is concerned, it's a clean data through technology that we are sharing. And when we get back the data from other jurisdictions, we are taking actions on those. And I may say that that is paying us rich dividends. Other than that, through technology, we are also nudging the taxpayer towards reporting the foreign assets and income that they may be having in the tax returns. And then we compare the data that is being reported in the tax returns with the data that is being reported by the other jurisdictions in the CRS. So that's where this integration is there, and this is helping us in ensuring compliance. The third, which is very important from a technology point of view, is how secured we keep this data, because that's a very important component of it. And I may share that in the recent third 3-stage review that was held by the Global Forum in September 2024, we were acknowledged as having put in place a fairly robust system wherein the data security was ensured. So when it comes to technology, yes, I think we have taken substantial steps in the past decade in putting in place a technology-driven system insofar as the automatic exchange of information is concerned. Now, other than that, when we talk about successful strategies to enhance compliance on account of multilateral instruments, if I may say that in November 2017, after signing MLI, India extended the benefit of MAP to transfer pricing cases also, notwithstanding the fact that in bilateral treaties, some bilateral treaties did not have Article 9.2 explicitly, but still we went ahead and we have been doing MAP for transfer pricing cases also. And I may share that we have been progressing very fast with the cooperation of other sovereigns and competent authorities. And last year, we actually completed 125 APAs, which is in itself a big number. We are also working on safe harbor rules to actually take care of to bring in some sort of a tax certainty into the system. Domestically, yes, we have, initially we used to have Board of Advanced Ruling, but then that has been, Authority for Advanced Ruling, but now we have a Bureau of Advanced Ruling, which is also helping in putting some sort of a tax certainty element into the tax system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravi. Carlos, let me come to you. Give me the perspective from Argentina and more broadly South America in general, in terms of which MTAs have had the most impact when it comes to tax policy making.
Thank you, Rebecca. Argentina and many other Latin American countries for decades have relied on bilateral agreements. So those bilateral agreements were the legal basis for collaboration in terms of tax issues and also to design tax policies in order to attract investment while fighting against tax evasion and avoidance. Lately, in the last 15 years, when all the developments in exchange of information and transparency, Argentina and many other countries in Latin America has joined the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Assistance in Tax Matters, which allow them to expand the network. So, like India mentioned, we are now reaching out around 100 countries. So we are exchanging that information, which is useful as well to determine our tax policy, how to better target our incentives, and how to also pay attention to the risk in order to tackle tax avoidance. So hanging from that multilateral convention, there are some other instruments, just like exchange of information on banking accounts, on other financial transactions, which is automatic, and that flows a lot of information for tax administrations to better define its strategies. And also the common reporting standard, which is a BEPS-related outcome that allows the exchange of information in order to determine the structure of multinational companies in the globe. So nowadays, in a multilateral context and a globalized economy, we need to rely more and more on multilateral initiatives in order to all together address the challenges we are facing. So the tax policy is always nowadays trying to address in a multilateral aspect. That has been the case for the base erosion and profit shifting implementation. So all the recommendations have been thought in a multilateral aspect. Some of them targeting domestic legislation, but in a cross-border scenario, as well as bilateral tax treaty amendments. Most of them being achieved through a multilateral instrument, the BEPS MLI Action 15 type of legal convention. In Argentina, like India mentioned, we also have signed it in 2017, but still pending ratification. There has been some progress made in the last couple of months, and we look forward for a soon ratification so that we can amend our tax treaty network and implement those tax policy designs out of the BEPS project. And now we are looking forward to address the tax challenges of digitalization and globalization of the economy. So we are looking forward to achieve a multilateral solution that could be implemented in a multilateral basis.
Thank you. Manal, let me come to you. Talk to me about inclusivity, making sure that nobody is left behind, the global north, the global south. When it comes to MTAs and tax agreements, future policies, what can international organizations do to make sure that it is a truly inclusive conversation?
Thank you, Rebecca. It's a very important question, and one, again, we've been very focused on, and it's been a global conversation. So just looking at it from a big picture perspective, I think that facilitating an inclusive multilateral dialogue that incorporates the perspective of developing countries, but importantly also delivers results, requires, in my mind, a focus on both form and substance. I think that starting point for incorporating the perspectives of developing countries, broader perspectives, requires that they're at the table. That is a starting point. It's what I refer to as inclusivity in form, but it is a starting point and has been a critical starting point for the OECD's focus on inclusivity over the last decade. The inclusive framework on BEPS now includes 147 member jurisdictions, of which almost half, 73 members, are developing countries. The Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information now includes 171 jurisdictions, the majority of which are developing countries. But of course, inclusivity in form is just counting members is not going to be sufficient. There must also be inclusivity in substance. And here I think there are some several critical considerations. First, I think countries, regardless of their size and stage of development, must have the opportunity to operate on an equal footing with meaningful opportunity to influence the benefit from outcomes. In addition, I think there needs to be a deep understanding of the diverse circumstances of different members around the table, and an ability to craft global tax policies that take into account economic, geographic, and capacity differentials amongst those members, and that ensures that the voices are heard and influential in the discussions. And here again, I think there has been significant strides made at the OECD over the last decade. Just a few examples: cooperation to end bank secrecy and increase transparency through the implementation of exchange of information standards has enabled the identification of approximately 130 billion euro in additional tax revenues, of which 45 billion has been available to developing countries. Second, we've seen the substantive impact of developing country voices in the work of the two-pillar solution. Several features of the global minimum tax architecture, for example, were designed based on the input of developing countries, including the substance-based carve-out, the qualified domestic minimum top-up tax. As I referenced in my keynote, the subject to tax rule was specifically designed for developing countries, and more than 70 developing country members of the framework can now request inclusion of the STTR to be able to tax back income flows that are subject to very low tax. And then several features of Pillar 1 that is still in the works, Amount A, as well as Phase 1 of Amount B, were there to address developing country needs. The third, data is really important, and analysis is very important, because data differs across jurisdictions, and the impacts of potential solutions is going to be different across solutions. So it is important, having data and analytics is an important tool for developing countries to be able to understand how potential decisions may affect their domestic circumstances and domestic results. We've seen a growing number now of developing jurisdictions participate in our annual global and regional revenue statistics databases. In our most recent 2023 Global Revenue Statistics Report, 78 were developing countries. 78 jurisdictions out of 127 reported were developing countries. So that kind of data enables evidence-based tax policy decisions and provides valuable sort of benchmarking with peers and can inform domestic and international priorities. So while I can point to many successes, I will also say there's more to be done, and there's always more to be done. I think that the key here and part of inclusivity is to constantly be learning about actual experience, not just what you put in place to try to make things work. We are continuing to listen closely to the experience of a diverse group of delegates, and we are actively looking to put changes in place that improve the actual experience around the table, so that every jurisdiction can own their decisions about entering into global solutions. And then just one final word on inclusivity and substance, not just form. I think cooperation must be designed to yield concrete results and move beyond dialogue. So having inclusive dialogue alone that doesn't actually deliver results and solve problems is ultimately not going to be in furtherance of inclusivity. So I think this requires an appreciation of the drivers of collaboration on tax matters when you have sovereign jurisdictions coming to the table on something as key to sovereignty as tax. That countries are motivated to cooperate when they see that collective action serves their domestic interests better than acting alone. So in that regard, you do need to build consensus, because without being persuaded that you're going to actually make a change, you don't produce results. And without consensus among economically interdependent jurisdictions, we will not be able to move beyond just dialogue. And dialogue without action will not serve anyone's interests.
Thank you. You make so many valid points, and indeed it's collaboration, it's consensus, but that all-important partnership mindset, which you referenced earlier. We will jump into that conversation next, I promise, but the sands of time are running away. So let me go now to Raffaele, if I may. With the increase that we've seen in the number of MTAs in tax, is this beneficial or detrimental to the taxpayer?
Thanks for the question, Rebecca. Well, let me start by saying that when we talk about multilateral tax agreements, there can be very different types. You can have regional ones, like the GCC VAT agreement, the Nordic Convention, the CARICOM Convention. You may have global ones, like the ones that were just mentioned, the Multilateral Convention on Administrative Assistance, the MLI. Then you have different effects of these multilateral agreements. You have multilateral agreements that are self-standing, like the MAC, and multilateral agreements that amend bilateral treaties, like the MLI. And in a way, even the agreement that is reached at the level of the inclusive framework is a multilateral agreement. If we take Pillar 2 and a number of countries now implementing the rules based on that agreement. So having said that, I think the answer is it depends. It's certainly beneficial for compliant taxpayers. And we have seen that. In a way, these treaties are like we all speak different languages, but we are all talking in English so that we understand each other. And these treaties effectively connect different tax systems that reflect different cultural, historical, and economic policies, but create like a common environment where countries can talk the same language and investors can understand that same language. It has been negative for non-compliant taxpayers, which is a positive thing. You know, the numbers that Manal just mentioned show that all these that were actually playing on the fact that transparency was not there, that if you would ask for information about the bank accounts of one of your residents in another jurisdiction, the answer will be, sorry, we cannot give it to you because it's against our constitution, that's over. Yeah. And that's what I think sometimes, you know, in the fuss in which we work and live these days, we sort of lose sight that actually things are going very well and the trend is very positive. We just need to rebalance a little bit the discussion, try to dramatize less what is happening, recognizing that there is progress, but also recognizing that we should not stop and we should do more in that context. Obviously, how that squares with the geopolitics of the world that we have seen in the last months, it's a big question for the future.
It's a big question. Let me pose it slightly differently to you, Ravi. In terms of the progress that's been made, and we have acknowledged that there's still much work to be done, as highlighted by the OECD, much happening behind the scenes for the greater good. But in terms of India, your frame of reference, what changes would you like to see to MTAs that would really enhance your standing at this time?
Well, you see, I like to see this entire thing while actually suggesting certain things and making a comment. We see that, okay, what is the present paradigm in terms of a global economy and global business that is going on? You see, at present, there is an issue of double taxation, double non-taxation. Then tax certainty we have to provide, ease of doing business, minimizing litigation and disputes, transparency and trust. So these are some of the elements that is required when, if you look at it from a perspective of a business, M&E, or from a developing economy or a developed economy. So there are 3 or 4 limbs to it and many facets towards this entire thing, and we have to see where do we actually fit in and what is perhaps going forward, what could be the approach. So therefore, perhaps we need to create an enabling environment that ensures adequate space. So if I would try to define what is space, so that adequate space is available to the tax jurisdictions so as to encourage adoption of multilateral agreements. This is the problem statement. Now by space I mean S is simplification and accessibility. We are talking about multiple jurisdictions, entities which are spread and which are working in different jurisdictions and different tax acts that they are actually on. So then how do we simplify the entire process so that the disputes are minimized and there's just tax certainty? And how do we make it accessible through technology, through transparency, trust? So that is also a very important limb. And therefore, S in space implies simplification and accessibility. P is protecting sovereignty while promoting cooperation and resolution. So the sovereignty, because it is being administered by different sovereigns and they would like to protect their sovereignty when we are talking about resolution of disputes. So there that the sovereigns would want to keep their sovereignty, and that is what is important, promoting sovereignty. A is allocation of taxing rights in a fair manner. Unless until the allocation of taxing rights in fair manner is ensured, it would be a challenge to actually going forward, implementing the interest. C is collaboration and representation. So there has to be an inclusive approach, a collaborative approach, wherein everyone sees value in the entire exercise that we are doing. The business sees it, the different sovereigns also see it. And E is enhancing domestic resources mobilization. Capacity building is an important component of it. Domestic, it is competing with the domestic business. That is also an important aspect. So therefore, my take on the subject is that we provide adequate space to the sovereigns and to the stakeholders to be able to take it forward in a meaningful manner.
Thank you very much. Carlos, and I'll come to each of my panelists in turn for a very brief closing remark. The changes that you'd like to see in the year ahead.
Thank you. I will be brief. I would agree that the future requires a multilateral stake. We need to address global challenges in a multilateral manner, so there is a need to engage everyone on board, to be inclusive, as Manal said, and also to keep sovereign rights and harmonize the different needs. And to achieve that inclusiveness, of course, we need to mobilize resources. I would agree with that. We cannot be inclusive. We cannot have equal footing unless we allocate proper resources to all single states in order to exercise that equal footing, which is informal. Thank you.
Thank you. Manal, closing remarks from you, please.
I will just highlight the importance of implementation. Often we talk about the development of policy and the inclusive dialogue to develop standards, but implementation is as important, if not more important, because the inability to implement effectively and make the benefits of international agreements available broadly undermines the ability to realize the vision that the policy is intended to achieve. And I think in that regard, we're seeing that now with the global minimum tax. I think there are a few things to focus on here, ensuring ongoing focused resources dedicated to the implementation exercise, clear rules, ongoing monitoring, administrative guidance, but also, because it's an international agreement, peer review to make sure that the rules have integrity, and then importantly and critically, technical assistance to ensure that all countries have the capacity and ability to access and benefit from the rules.
Thank you very much. Raffaele, coming to you on the implications of rapidly advancing technology, just briefly, what bearing will that have on the enforcement of MTAs in the year ahead, let's say?
Well, very briefly, obviously it depends on the legal system, but certainly privacy and data protection, it's a key issue related to technology and taxation in a number of jurisdictions. Evaluation of the possible use of new technologies like blockchain in order to allow exchanges that today happen with older technology. And in addition to subscribing with all the things that have been said, because there is no right policy without right implementation, and that's what we need to focus on and avoid that we lose sight, I would add amount B on distribution and possibly remote working, that in certain areas of the world is becoming the norm, with work from anywhere being 60–70% of the vacancies out there, and that creates cross-border issues.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately we have to leave our conversation, but could everybody please join me in thanking my distinguished guests for their fantastic contribution to our conference here today.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for such a thought-provoking panel. نشكر المتحدثين الأفاضل على إثراء هذه الجلسة، ونواصل حديثنا في الجلسة الحوارية التالية حول إعادة تقييم الأنظمة الضريبية وفق الحد الأدنى الضريبي العالمي، وذلك من أجل تسليط الضوء على تحديات وفرص الأنظمة الضريبية في سياق الحد الأدنى الضريبي العالمي، بإدارة الأستاذة لبنى بوضة، وبمشاركة كل من الأستاذة باندي كوزمواراداني رئيسة مركز السياسات الضريبية الوطنية في وزارة المالية بجمهورية إندونيسيا، الأستاذ أخيم بروس نائب مدير مركز السياسة والإدارة الضريبية في منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية، الأستاذ وصال المالكي مدير عام العلاقات الدولية والشراكات الاستراتيجية في هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك السعودية، الأستاذ كريستوفر ساندر مسؤول أول عن ضرائب القطاع الحكومي عالميا في شركة إرنست وينغ، والأستاذ فكرام تشاند أستاذ قانون الضرائب والسياسات الدولية في جامعة لوزان بجمهورية الهند. فندعو المتحدثين الكرام إلى اعتلاء المنصة وليتفضلوا مشكورين. جلسة حوارية ممتعة.
So our panelist, Professor Vikram Chand, Professor of International Tax Law and Policy, the University of Lausanne, and Mr. Christopher Sager, Global Government Tax Leader, AY, and Ashim Prose, Deputy Director, Center for Tax Policy and Administration, OECD, and Mr. Usal Al-Malki, Treaties and International and Strategic Partnerships General Manager from Zakat, and the moderator of this session, Nidal Al-Nasr.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to be here and to be part of this very interesting event. My name is Lubna Bouza. I'm the head of business news for Sky News Arabia, and it is an absolute pleasure to be here. So thank you very much for the kind invite. We will be discussing a very important topic. It is quite technical, but I am joined with the right people here who are rightly positioned to discuss Pillar 2. So without further ado, I would like to kick off this discussion with you, Wassal. And I would like you to give us a brief intro of Pillar 2. Of course, global minimum taxation that was introduced in 2021, and 140 countries agreed on it so far. And I would like to understand from you the role of Saudi Arabia in the negotiations so far.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm very honored to be with such a distinguished panel. You know, I speak very fast and always try to slow myself down, but since we have Achim today in the panel, I feel a bit relieved. So let's start with the basic. What is Pillar 2? Pillar 2 is a G20 OECD initiative which aims to set a global minimum level of taxation on companies. And here companies are defined as multinational, which is an M&E that has presence in 2 jurisdictions. And the minimum level of taxation here is 15%, and it is imposed on a jurisdictional basis. So if an MNE has a presence in 2 jurisdictions, the Pillar 2 would make sure that the minimum tax is 15% in each jurisdiction. So someone might ask, what is the purpose of that? Well, we can say 2. One is to curb the aggressive tax avoidance schemes that some multinationals are using to avoid paying taxes. And the second is to make sure that countries are not engaged in what we call harmful tax practices, which, where some jurisdictions try to artificially lower their corporate income tax rate in a way that is harmful to high tax jurisdiction. So in a way or another, it attempts to level the playing field among these 2 groups, multinational as well as countries. Now, when it comes to Saudi Arabia, as Saudi Arabia is a G20 member country, and during our G20 2020 presidency, we have placed significant importance on the work of international taxation, and Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 were featured as one of the major agenda items under the name addressing the tax challenges arising from the digitalization of the economy. Significant progress were achieved under our watch, which led to the publication of the blueprint on Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, which paved the way for what we have now as a sort of final package on this issue. During our presidency, we have advocated for an important thing for us, which to make sure that the process is inclusive, and especially for developing country, we want that their view is heard at the discussion. And also, we always advocate for dispute prevention rather than only dispute resolutions, because we believe, and this is in our DNA in Zakat, with the huge publication of administrative guidance and administrative guidelines, to try to reach a point where taxpayer doesn't go to dispute resolution, but rather we prevent the dispute from the beginning. Now, when we go to within the context of the inclusive framework, Saudi Arabia is an inclusive framework member country. We don't only participate in these discussions, but we actively participate, and we always so to make sure that the region's perspective are conveyed in we do there is make sure that the discussion, the perspective of our taxpayers are reflected in the discussion. And I think one of the things that we have been discussing with our international partner, which is the Zakat under the Pillar 2. And as you know, in Saudi Arabia, we have a unique situation. We have 2 systems or dual systems, where we have the corporate income tax, which is the conventional one everyone knows, and then we have Zakat. And now if you go and look to the OECD model rule, that you will find Zakat recognized as one of the covered taxes. Absence of that, our multinational might face double taxation and in some cases excessive taxation. So and we continue to engage through our partnerships with others within the G20 and then within inclusive framework, and we encourage also others to do so. And also, I think this year we have worked extensively with our Brazilian colleagues under their G20 presidency, and also next year under the South African presidency, I'm sure they will bring over these important issues that were featured in the Saudi presidency to make sure that there is progress going forward.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Wassal. Achim, let me ask you, where are we on the implementation today since the introduction in 2021?
Thank you very much. Thank you first for the invitation. Thank you for having me on the panel. And thank you also, Wassal, for going first. I will try to speak faster than you did so that my voice is heard as well as your voice. And I think that's clearly the case. So in a nutshell, just briefly, the question is, where are we in implementation? First, let's start with the countries. We have about more than 45 countries that have implemented the pillar for 2024, 2025. There's another 25 countries that have said we will do so, or are considering. That gives you sort of a sense. And then, as Wassal has said, it's important it doesn't affect every business. It affects large businesses. And if you look what it does, then as of this year, 60% of M&Es, multinational enterprises in scope, are covered. And starting next year, it's going to be up to 90%. So that gives you a bit of a snapshot.
So that was fast.
That was fast. That's where we are. Then if we look a little about, what's happening otherwise, we're still doing work. We haven't stopped. There's work on guidance that we do. That's a combination of creating simplifications, permanent safe harbors, but having it together with measures that support the integrity of the rules. There's a big piece. If you go for simplifications, you need to sort of worry about the integrity. There's an information exchange framework that we're putting in place so that everything is ready for people to do it, those that have the rules and those that are thinking about it. And now there's a lot of work, I'm not going to go into detail, where we work on rule coordination, where we work on tax administration, on tax certainty. There's pieces of guidance, we're probably going to come out soon, on anti-arbitrage, on related benefits, permanent safe harbors in the works, on transitional rule qualification. So there's a lot of things where we also see opportunities, also speaking in the tax administration space, where we think about maybe more systems approaches, where we think about how can we do this, because now many of these administrations that I mentioned, in fact all of them, they have the same rules, they get the same information at the same time. And that creates opportunities also in the tax administration space, sometimes to take the tax administration into the 21st century.
How do you think Pillar 2 will impact tax competition?
There's certainly an impact, but there's also sometimes Pillar 2 is misunderstood. Pillar 2 puts a floor under tax competition. It is not against tax competition. It doesn't undermine tax competition. And first, the obvious point, it actually only applies to large businesses, those above 750 million. And it's also not against tax incentives, and that's important to understand. But there is been a recognition amongst the countries that come together in the inclusive framework, over 140s, that some tax incentives offer less value for money than others. And what do I mean? There's one group, for instance, immediate expensing, the immediate deductibility of costs. That's not affected by the pillar at all. It doesn't do anything. It will never get you the minimum tax. And then if you have a normal return on plants and investment and people that work and you want to attract them and there's a normal return, the pillar 2 doesn't touch it at all. It's only when you have excess returns, when you have a very profitable investment, that then a level of taxation is introduced, because that will actually not adversely affect the investment decision, and you are collecting some of that money on that very profitable important. And so it's important to have that framework in mind and to have a real understanding of some of the economics of the pillar. So tax competition will survive, but it does create a floor and a framing where businesses and countries benefit from the continued investment.
Thank you. Christopher, let me move to you. Could you provide an overview of tax features that different businesses find attractive when making investment decisions? For example, how do factors like predictable and transparent administrative procedures compare to headline effective tax rates in terms of their importance?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much to Zakat and others for inviting me here. It's a delight to be here again this year. I think you've hit a really important point. I mean, first of all, when we're talking about tax competition, it's normally about trying to attract investment into a country. And of course, in doing that, we've got to remember that tax is not the only context. If you look at something like the attractiveness survey that we do as EY, tax is not even at the top. It varies between number 8 and number 14. Actually, having a country which has good skills, has good connectivity, has basically all the growth, and has a vision out there, those are things that drive the investment before we ever get into the world of tax. But once you've got past those all those things tend to be what I call hygiene factors. Once you've got those, it's no point having twice as much workforce that you need. You've just got enough. So tax really does become a real factor at that stage. And then you get into the question of what is tax competition. We heard Akim talk about the fact that what Pillar 2 does is kind of restrict the ability of tax competition in some way. But tax competition consists of 4 things: the tax rate, the tax base, the way policy is made, and the tax administration. And given that Pillar 2 talks about effective tax rate, for many companies that are in the target area, you've already dealt with tax rate and tax base. Yes, there are some incentives that can operate in that space, and no doubt we'll talk about that further. But actually, this is going to put a lot more focus on those other 2 elements. So not rate, not base, but policy making and administration. And particularly in this region, we see lots of things like the vision statements, whether it's 2030, 2050, other items talking about all of that. Being clear as to what the policy is going to deliver, not policy certainty, but policy predictability is a key thing for driving that. Then the last point to come to is that tax administration. Tax administration is going to be a critical differentiating factor. If many countries are competing for investment and they're all at the 15% rate or near to that, and they're all playing with the same tools in tax incentives, multinationals are going to be looking for ones where they can get certainty of the regime, where they can go and engage with the tax authority, they can have a conversation where both sides understand what the government wants and what the business needs in order to survive. That level of incentive, that level of discourse is going to be the critical factor that is going to drive investment going forward.
Thank you. Vikram, in your mind, how do you think Pillar 2 might influence the behavior of multinationals in terms of tax planning and probably profit allocation?
Well, thanks for that question. And first of all, I would like to thank Vassal and the entire Zakat team for this kind invitation to come and speak here. It's really a privilege and honor to be here in such an esteemed panel. To answer this question, I think we need to just go back to the past a little bit. So what the OECD has done before the base erosion profit shifting project, then the base erosion profit shifting project happened, and then it was the pillars. Now, before the base erosion and profit shifting project, which was launched by the OECD, it was very common for multinationals to set up shell companies and actually book profits in locations where they set up these shell companies, and these shell companies were set up in low tax or no tax countries. And then the OECD launched the BEPS project, and if you go through the various action plans which were proposed in the BEPS project, for example, BEPS Action 5, BEPS Action 6, BEPS Actions 8 to 10, 5 dealt with reinforcing the substantial activity requirement, 6 dealt with countering treaty abuse, and 8 to 10 dealt with realigning transfer pricing outcomes in profit allocation outcomes with genuine functions. So essentially, if you look into all these different BEPS actions that were launched by the OECD, the main message that came out of these actions is that multinationals could still continue booking profits in low tax or no tax countries as long as they had the right substance. And so basically what was happening after the BEPS project is that there was a lot of competition among countries to attract substance to their locations. And in general, like Chris had mentioned and other speakers had mentioned, way multinationals, countries actually, they engage in, everyone competes, right? Everyone competes, so that's the reality. And a lot of countries where they were competing with one another to attract investment in their location, well, they were doing that through either decreasing the tax rates or even having high tax rates, but offering a lot of incentives. And there was this race to the bottom phenomenon that was being witnessed. And to counter that, the Pillar 2 project was actually launched. And even though the Pillar 2 project was launched, theoretically, a multinational is supposed to pay a 15% effective tax rate in each and every location that it operates in. But at the same time, like Akim said, there are some incentives that countries can still offer post Pillar 2, for example, qualified refundable tax credits or transferable tax credits, without getting into too much in technicals. There are some incentives possible. And if all countries go in that direction, then multinationals would like to go to those locations or locations which actually are offering these post-Pillar 2 incentives. And we already see that. I live in Switzerland, and I see a lot of companies actually thinking of going outside Switzerland to other locations which are offering post-Pillar 2 tax incentives. And that's already there. That's happening.
Yeah. Thank you, Vikram. Pandi, Indonesia is on track to implement Pillar 2, right? 2025. I would like to understand from a developing country standpoint, how is Pillar 2 impacting tax competition again?
Okay, thank you. I would like also to congratulate first the government of Saudi Arabia for the conduct of this successful and very interesting event. And on the questions, how does developing countries standpoint on this regard? I think, and also the impact on the tax competitions. The Pillar 2 has put a floor on the corporate tax rate competitions, which is 15%. That is the fact. So this is basically, it aligns with the effort to increase the tax ratio as well as to have healthier fiscal capacity. But at the same time, the Pillar 2 has also reduced the effectiveness of the tax incentive, and it pushes the countries to rethink again the investment strategies. So many developing countries, they are really rely heavily on the low corporate tax rates or tax incentives. So in order, for example, to attract foreign direct investment. So in this case, Pillar 2 will become a big challenge also for developing countries. But in terms of the corporate tax competitions, it also might shift the tax reductions based into cash-based incentive, which is perhaps less favorable in terms of the developing countries due to the limited fiscal capacity, or in other case, perhaps optimizing from the SBIA, where the provisions of the tax incentive will be connected to the substances which are represented by the employees or tangible assets or R&D expenses. But with the economic digital era, this would be another challenges because this digital will require no physical presence actually. But Pillar 2 might encourage countries to move away from the tax incentive generous and start to provide non-fiscal incentives, or try to find another improve other factors such as infrastructures, good governance, and improve the ease of doing business. Another opportunity also lies in the strengthening of domestic resource mobilizations by modernizing the taxations and also the administration system, so that it can also provide opportunity to increase the country's financial and also fiscal capacity going forward.
Okay, thank you, Pandi. Vikram, back to you. Which tax incentives, in your experience, you think would continue to achieve their intended objectives, and what factors contributed to their effectiveness?
Well, thanks again for the question. I mean, when you talk about tax incentives, broadly speaking, you can divide them into two categories: income-based incentives and expenditure-based incentives. So this Pillar 2 project actually deeply impacts income-based incentives. So these income-based incentives, like for example, complete exemption of profit from taxation. So if you're a company, you make a profit of 100, that is exempt from tax. Now Pillar 2 kicks in, and then it will tell this company you basically pay a 15% tax rate. So countries which are offering income-based incentives, they cannot offer them anymore. That's kind of redundant for large multinational enterprises because they will anyhow be subject to this 15% effective tax rate. Unless there's a specific rule in the Pillar 2 project, the substance-based income exclusion kicks in, and it can somehow save the multinational from paying any top-up taxes. But that is really on substance-based activities. So you have one kind of incentive, which is the income-based incentives, and then you have the expenditure-based incentives. And when you talk about expenditure-based incentives, you can divide them into various categories. You can have your tax credits, or you can have your tax deductions. Akim already mentioned about one sort of tax deduction, which is immediate expensing, accelerated depreciation. So that's a tax incentive which can still be provided by countries post Pillar 2. But where we see a lot of competition coming up among a lot of countries around the world is on concepts known as qualified refundable tax credits. And these tax credits can be offered for a wide variety of activities, for research and development activities, for enabling the transition to net zero, for a plethora of activities. You can actually give these qualified refundable tax credits for any activity you would like to promote in a particular economy. And in the US, you have something more, which is known as the transferable tax credits, and a lot of countries are studying that system right now to see whether or not that can be introduced in their own local laws. So, I mean, there's still a lot of possibility to offer post-Pillar 2 incentives that countries have. In addition to what I just mentioned, you have the shipping income exemption rules and so on and so forth. So, but the main messaging is, I would say, focus on expenditure-based incentives as opposed to income-based incentives. Because expenditure-based incentives, they are more viable in the long term, and they add more value in a particular economy.
Thank you. Christopher, what are the advantages or disadvantages for GCC countries when designing tax incentives compared to the rest of the world?
See, the GCC has a huge advantage, I think, at the moment in the fact that it's been going through a journey of introducing corporate taxes and refining those corporate taxes. So if you compare those to the rest of the world, corporate taxes have been around for a while. They've had a load of tax incentives that have been embedded in the system. And actually, many ministries of finance will look at that and may not remember what incentives that are there and why they are there. For this region, with the development, we've had recent changes. So you've got changes where you understand what the policy is. You've got an experience of actually taking this law through into legislation and actually implementation. That makes it much easier. So I think the whole evolution of corporation tax and corporate taxes more widely actually advantages this region. The other side of that is the tax administration side. We also have tax administrations which are at the forefront of some of the digitalizations of tax administration. And if you're going to introduce tax incentives, particularly in an environment which is as data rich as a Pillar 2 tax environment, you're going to need to have a tax administration that can really engage quickly and effectively, and try and keep the burden of those tax incentives down. So that kind of tax administration element is again another advantage here. If we were looking at the kind of challenges that might there, well actually there's so much going on. You've got a tax administration which is having to learn a whole new set of rules which are based on accounting. That's going to be more difficult to do in an environment where you've got additional challenges in there. So there's a question about capacity and making sure we get there. But ultimately, I think as I mentioned previously, those visions 2030, 2031, 2035 that are out there can form a really good basis for tax incentives. And the experience, particularly in this region of running special economic zones, which have been involved in tax incentives outside necessarily the corporate tax incentives, again provides a real opportunity and a real experience which can be built upon and give a massive competitive advantage compared to other countries which are just not used to doing that.
Achim, what are the challenges you're facing in implementing Pillar 2, and what's your plan to address them?
There's certainly a number. And if I may, before I go, also just echoing very briefly on the discussion we've just been having on the tax incentives and the tax competition. And I think very interestingly also that, Chris, you're pointing out that tax is actually one factor amongst a whole host of others, and we tax people tend to forget that, and that's important. And the other aspect is also that in some sense the design of the pillar that countries choose kind of brings these non-tax factors more to the fore. So you'll be competing on the basis of an educated workforce, on the basis of market, on the basis of your infrastructure, many of these factors. And to the extent you're incentivizing investments, the pillar reduces them much less. So you see that I think countries want countries to be driven to the sorts of incentives that bring value for business, but also bring money and bring value to the countries themselves. Now, on the 5 aspects, in my remaining 1 minute, of the sorts of things that I think we will be trying to do collectively in the inclusive framework, and then finishing also with what you've started out with, Wazal, I think is a couple of things. And one is a big piece on technical assistance. In many countries around the world, these rules are complicated. Businesses now, because they're the same everywhere, understand them probably better, but it's working with countries at different levels. And we do this, but many others do this as well. Some of the people actually here on the panel spent a fair bit of time doing exactly that, whether that's, Vikram, whether that's Chris and others. There is the World Bank, there is many tax administration organizations, ATAF, CIAT, IBFD, many of the partners are in the space working together to help countries understand how they want to position themselves with respect to Pillar 2, because no country has to do Pillar 2. It needs to be convinced that in those circumstances the pillar makes sense, and understanding it. That's a big piece. Then we're trying to keep the tax administrations together. They all have the same rules, they have the same information, they get them at the same time. There's big opportunities of peer-to-peer learning, so that when one tax administration knows it, the other tax administration knows it, so you don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's work on simplicity and integrity, permanent safe harbors, other than things that we take out any complexity and compliance costs, both for tax administration and for taxpayers, that we don't need. So we remove that layer. That we do guidance when business needs guidance, when other factors come up, that we are responsive to the business community and address the concerns that they bring. And now finishing, of course, that we also work on dispute resolution and dispute prevention even better, to the extent that we have situations where there are difficulties or controversies that are cross-border. How do we fix them? How do we fix them early? What sort of the concepts that we can apply? We have some ideas, and that's another work stream.
Thank you. Wassal, you still want to compete? He speaks very fast.
Yeah.
Right? We have a winner. Pandi, let's move to Indonesia. How does Pillar 2 fit into the whole long-term vision of tax reforms in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you. Well, actually, Pillar 2 it aligns with the Indonesians' long-term goals, especially by addressing the key areas like revenue generations, optimizing tax revenues, and also the tax base as well, and also improving the competitiveness. And like I said before, the Pillar 2 will require rethinking of investment strategy, including through redesign of the fiscal incentives to prioritize activities, and that really bring real economic value. And hopefully it can also contribute to the economic growth, such as the exports, innovation, skilled laborers focusing in order to make a more attractive destinations for investment, and also support the long term of economic growth in Indonesia. But however, the introductions of thinking paradigm of shifting away from tax incentives, it's not really an easy task either. It took a long time, perhaps even now, to convince stakeholders to accept the principles, both for the line of the ministries, the relevant line of ministries, as well as especially for the potential investors. For RISE, public hearing sessions and also consultations with regulators, parliament, academicians are really required to equalize the understanding in this regard. And finally, the implementations of the Pillar 2, it requires harmonizations of the implementation side. Like Hakim mentions, it is a big challenge for every country in order to really, for example, collecting information for the global income rules, income return, as well as maybe the settlement of the disputes, if any, but of course the prevention of the disputes is better, just to ensure that consistency in implementing Pillar 2 is there, and also at the same time promoting more balanced development across countries globally. So I think this, in this case, coordinations and cooperations between countries will become more and more important.
Thank you, Pamdi. Wassal, from your point of view, you're laughing, right? Let's see how fast you will answer this question. What are the long-term implications of Pillar 2 for countries and businesses, and how can they prepare for those changes?
Thank you, Lubna. I think Pillar 2 is the first of its kind. I mean, at least in my lifetime, we have never witnessed something like this. It's a globally coordinated approach where companies are imposing the same level of taxation in specific ways. And I think this definitely will have long-term implication. Maybe we'll start with countries. Countries, I think, going forward need to build capacity when it comes to Pillar 2. They need to build a team, build the knowledge within the tax administrations, because this goes regardless of the implementation status in a jurisdiction. Because tomorrow you have multinationals that are working in a specific jurisdiction that have implemented Pillar 2, and I think also dispute might arise, so you must have the team that are ready to negotiate with your trading partner and resolve the issues and disputes that your multinational might face going forward, especially when mass implementation is really the case internationally. And I think also countries going forward, when they do a corporate income tax reform, that they will have to take into consideration Pillar 2 and the features in Pillar 2 and how to make sure that their tax system is aligned to the best possible extent with the pillar. And I think when we go to businesses, I think the same story is true. Businesses need to start building their own capacities, updating their ERP systems, make sure the data points that are available to fulfill their obligations when it comes to the declaration that is relevant for Pillar 2, especially what we call the Global Information Return. They need also to perform impact assessment. They need to update their reports on what's happening. And they need to do that regardless of the implementation status, because in the country in which you have your headquarters. Because at the end, you are a multinational. You are operating in at least one implementing jurisdiction. Many tax consequences and implication consequences of Pillar 2 would arise. So you must have the team ready. You must have the systems ready to cooperate and to work on that. And then when it comes to international organization, I think they have also a part to come up with definitely we do care about that developing country realize the benefit of Pillar 2, and that is not possible without the support from international organization. We are talking about a very complicated set of rules. So international organizations need to engage with developing country, providing toolkit, providing guidance, and even technical assistance to help them realize the benefit of Pillar 2. And then when it comes to the OECD, definitely issuance of guidelines, administrative guidance to make sure that the implementation is consistent internationally, because again, this is relevant also for the dispute prevention. Two tax administrations should not give two different interpretations of the rule, otherwise taxpayers would suffer at the end. And I think the OECD is doing a good job on that, and they are going at a very fast pace that I sometimes say, for God's sake, someone stop them for a while. Let countries and jurisdiction digest the documents that they are issuing. But I think this is what should happen. And I think the last point for countries, and we see now today international taxation is being discussed in new fora, in new international fora. I think countries should build capacity, what I call it negotiation capacity when it comes to Pillar 2. And under the leadership of His Excellency the Governor, we are building our capacity when it comes to the negotiation. We have a wonderful team with exciting energy, and I can say that the average age of the team is below 30. And I think all countries need to build this capacity to make sure that they are presented at the table and they are negotiating with others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time is up. I thank you all for your insightful contribution. I definitely understand Pillar 2 and the implementation a little bit more now. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving our speakers a round of applause.
شكرا جزيلا لكم مشاركات
insightful contribution, enhance innovation and deepen the positive impact of taxation systems. The cooperation between different sectors, the key foundation to achieve sustainable development. In this context, it comes the most important rule of customs. And to enrich this topic, we invite the CEO of Bahrain, Mr. who will shed the light on the rule of the customs in Nepal, the gigantic
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and esteemed partners, I extend my sincere gratitude to the Minister of Finance and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Zakat, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jadan, and of course the Governor of Zakat himself, His Excellency Sohail Abanmi, for hosting this pivotal conference under the theme Shaping Tomorrow for a Sustainable Ecosystem. Now let me begin with a story that illustrates the incredible synergy between ambition and logistics. Now picture this, a cargo ship leaving the UAE carrying 4 spherical 150-ton stainless steel villas, meticulously crafted to reflect the ocean, the sky, and the sand, on its very long journey to Sheibata, a spectacular island in the Red Sea in our archipelago. Now consider that we had to repeat this journey not once, but 19 times to deliver all 73 villas. Now, these architectural marvels posed an extraordinary logistical challenge. Transporting them across international waters required precise coordination, advanced tracking technologies, and expedited custom clearance. Now, thanks to Zakat, these villas arrived seamlessly and on time, enabling us to deliver a resort that is already quite literally making waves in the global hospitality industry. Efficient customs procedures are crucial in managing the substantial trade volumes of a globalized world, ensuring that goods move swiftly and securely across borders. About 90% of the world's goods are transported by the international shipping industry, highlighting the critical role of customs operations in facilitating global trade. Now, through innovations like real-time data sharing and expedited clearance programs, such as the Clearance Within 2 Hours initiative, Zatka is setting global benchmarks in customs efficacy while maintaining sustainability standards through its comprehensive environmental and sustainability policy, which emphasizes pollution prevention, resource conservation, and waste management. Now, these achievements enhance the Kingdom's global competitiveness and ensure that businesses like Red Sea Global meet tight project timelines without compromising quality or sustainability standards. Now, bringing these iconic villas to Saudi Arabia is just one example of the vital role Zatka plays in the Kingdom's transformative projects. As Saudi Arabia rapidly scales its infrastructure and diversifies its economy, an effective supply chain ecosystem is indispensable to achieving these ambitious goals. Our flagship developments, the Red Sea and Amala, span an impressive 32,000 square kilometers along the Kingdom's west coast. Now, to put that into context, that's an area about the size of Belgium. And although we have a pristine archipelago of 92 islands, we're only going to develop 22 of these islands to ensure that the conservation of this unique, pristine environment is preserved for generations to enjoy. Now, to date, we've opened 4, soon to be 5 world-class resorts at the Red Sea, alongside an exceptional resort in Thule, near Jeddah. Next year will be pivotal, with the launch of Amala's first phase, featuring 8 luxury resorts, and the completion of the Red Sea's first phase with an additional 11 resorts on Shura Island, which is our hub island. And this is just the beginning. Our vision encompasses the delivery of 80 resorts across both flagship destinations, comprising 8,000 hotel rooms at the Red Sea and a further 4,000 rooms at Amala. At Red Sea Global, we're tasked not only with creating luxury destinations, but also with establishing the infrastructure to support them. This includes sustainable communities with housing for tens of thousands of workers. We're building schools, hospitals, recreational facilities, and of course, 2 of the world's largest solar farms and battery storage facilities. As Saudi Arabia continues its unprecedented growth, Zatka's ability to handle complex logistics at scale ensures that projects like Red Sea Global's remain on track even as material demands surge. For example, reduction in clearance times have accelerated timelines, minimized environmental impacts, and optimized supply chain efficiency. The development of a dedicated customs bonded zone at our site exemplifies this forward-thinking approach. Now, this facility is equipped with advanced technologies, including the X-ray mobile system and GPS tracking. These technologies allow shipments to be processed more quickly while providing real-time visibility across the supply chain. By reducing bottlenecks and improving operational precision, they become a cornerstone of our supply chain ecosystem. Now, meanwhile, at Red Sea Global, we're building a fully integrated smart technology ecosystem to transform our supply chain into one that is instrumented, interconnected, and intelligent. Now, this involves technologies like RFID-enabled equipment, which uses radio frequency identification to embed tags in items that wirelessly transmit data. This allows for real-time tracking and management of goods throughout the supply chain, improving visibility, reducing errors, and enhancing overall efficiency and logistics operations. Zatka's streamlined customs processes are critical to supporting these initiatives. Their efforts minimize delays, reduce emissions associated with prolonged transit, and ensure that sustainable material, such as carbon-negative concrete, batteries, and solar panels, arrive precisely when needed. The benefits of Zatka's efforts extend beyond operational success and have a meaningful impact on communities and businesses by enabling them to participate in large-scale projects, supporting economic diversification, and creating jobs. In 2 local towns, Umluj and Awaj, we hired a number of local people to support Zatka's operations at our customs bonded zone. This ensured seamless collaboration between our entities and reinforced our commitment to uplifting local communities. Now, this dedicated facility, combined with Zatka's simplified customs procedures, empowers local businesses to actively participate in large-scale projects, driving regional economic growth and supporting Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. The collaboration between Red Sea Global and Zatka is not just an operational success, but it's a blueprint for other projects across Saudi Arabia. By integrating cutting-edge tools and enhancing processes, this partnership demonstrates how economic growth and sustainability can be achieved in tandem. Now, with initiatives that support Vision 2030 and set global benchmarks in logistics, ZATCA is reinforcing Saudi Arabia's position as a leader in innovation and operational excellence. The implications of this partnership are clear. With ZATCA's continued support, Red Sea Global is helping to establish Saudi Arabia firmly on the global tourism map. To ZATCA's leadership and teams, your work is a cornerstone of Saudi Arabia's progress, and we're grateful for your unwavering commitment. We look forward to continued collaboration and shared successes as we develop world-leading destinations. Thank you.
نشكر الأستاذ جون باغانو
We would
على
love
استجابته
to thank
للدعوة
Mr. John
ومشاركته
Bagano for
اليوم معنا خبراته
coming
الثمينة.
here to share
أيها
his
الحفل الكريم،
experience. Your
الآن
audience,
نختم فعاليات
now
اليوم
we
الأول
will
لمؤتمر
end
الزكاة والضريبة
today's
والجمارك 2024
activity for
نغادر
the
مع رؤى جديدة.
conference of
ومع أفكار
Zakat
ملهمة
Tax
تحت
and
شعار
Customs
نرسم
conference
مستقبل
for
اقتصاد
under the theme of
مستدام
let's
وأمن معزز
reshape
لنسهم
the
في
future
مستقبل الأنظمة الزكوية والضريبية
for
والجمركية.
renovating
ندعوكم
everything about
للاستعداد غدا
the future of tax and customs. We would love to welcome you also tomorrow for a new discussion and new ideas. Thank you so much.